Yeah, we good. Yes. I'm joking. That's a chance to talk to somebody like you, somebody daddy. Well, yeah, well, I know I'm messing with you.
Yep,
We are now?
we're good.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Wait a minute. Gotta get on mic. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our special board meeting, board retreat. We've got a pretty full agenda today. For those that are here that came to see us, and for those that are live streaming, bear with us. We'll have a break about 10:15. We'll have lunch at 12, and then another break about 2. In between that, I'll have a bunch of items that we'll go over through the presentations. So I'm calling this meeting to order. Please stand for the invocation. Remain standing for the pledge of allegiance.
All right, let's pray. Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for having the time to discuss town business. Be with us during the discussions and help us make the right decisions to further the town of Hope Mills, not only for the town staff, but mainly for the citizens and the people that live here. Be with us throughout this day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. First item on the agenda is approval of the agenda, additions or deletions. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a change to the agenda. I would like to remove item G, which is the bond project information, and replace that with a viewpoint from Mr. Quaid, and also add item H, committee discussion. And let you know.
Okay. So the change on the agenda is item G. We are removing the bond project information. There will be no action taken at all or discussion about the bond referendum. Item G will become viewpoint from Dennis Quaid. That's going to have a video with it. Item H will be commission review and discussion, and then item I will be our last item, which is operation request for FY 2025-2026. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, the agenda is changed. Official comments. We'll start with our town manager opening comments, and then any board comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to welcome our Mayor Pro Tem, our board. I'd like to welcome everybody, including our listening audience, to the 2025 Town of Hope Mills Budget Retreat. To be maybe aware, we began in January with our department head priorities. While I consider that to be phase 1, we proceeded in February with phase 2 with the presentation of the town's priorities to our local, state, and federal delegation. So here we are, phase 3, which is the start of our budget process. Today, you'll be presented with an overview of our CIP, information about the recent Cumberland County revaluation, a presentation titled Brownfields, an update to our strategic plan, information from our fire and police departments, and we will end our retreat with a discussion on operations and Hope Mills. I'd now like to turn it back over to the board for board member comments.
Okay, we have any comments from the board before we get started? Yes, Commissioner Lake.
Mr. Mr.
It's on.
It's on.
Good to see everyone out here this morning. I would like to urge each and every department head to present to this board what you need, not what you want. I just think sometimes we get tied up in stuff that, and realistically, we know we don't need it. We just want to have it on hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Any other comments? Before we get going, I want to say a couple things, and then we'll get right into the CIP overview. I want to read a statement. And it was part of a discussion from Monday night. We'll read this statement because this is the backdrop of what we do in this town every day. And this is how I feel. Our town is run by an amazing team of leaders and staff who are working every day to build a better community for residents to live, work, and raise their families. Going forward, town board, manager, and staff remain focused on continuing to enhance the services of our Hope Mills community, its residents, and its businesses. This is a team effort by our town manager and all the department heads and all the staff that are in this room that work tirelessly every day for the betterment of this community. We find ourselves here today to listen to the departments of what the needs are, like Commissioner Legg said, and trying to hammer out a budget that's going to be effective, that we can meet, that we can fund. We've got a lot of different things that are happening in the community. This is a different type of year with the reevaluation. We discussed that on Monday night. We will discuss it again today. And hopefully, everybody will have a thorough education of where we're going, how we go forward. So, let's kick it off with our CIP overview, and that will come from our Finance Director, Drew Holland. Do you have anything else to answer?
Yes.
Okay.
And so if you turn to the third page of your CIP, the infographic, in your folder.
This one.
Yes, out there. We call this the circle of life. You can start at any section of this. We started planning and zoning development guidelines and annexation briefs. That takes us to developer fees, parks and recreations, street sidewalk assessments. That takes us to new infrastructure, which are assets. There are required street sidewalks, green spaces, and things like that. That ultimately results in the growth of our tax base, general fund, stormwater, parks and rec, which allows us to increase our town services, public safety, and address our CIP projects. Those are investments in our town as we create economic stability and community distinctiveness, which brings destination points and that attract new interest, building, and sense of place. All of this is facilitated by commercial and residential development. So the reason why we call this the circle of life, this is the cycle of everything we do, whether it's a commercial space, whether it's a retail development, whether it's a residential development. It ultimately has to go through that planning process. It ultimately results in investments in our community. It helps to grow the town of Hope Mills. So that's ultimately what we do here and what we do every single day here.
Drew, hold up.
I was just gonna say, are there any questions on that?
Okay. I didn't go over the, let me make sure this thing's on. Nope. Nope.
Hold it.
Nope.
It should be.
I'll just go ahead and run with it.
Yeah.
Like me, I guess. The lineup for today is to start off with the CIP overview, followed by the Cumberland County reevaluation presentation, followed by Brownfield grants discussion, with Darren McClure from Mid-Atlantic Associates. We'll hear from our comprehensive strategic plan representative, followed by the fire truck replacement rotation, followed by SRO update from our police department. We took out item G, which was the bond project referendum discussion. I wanted to add there that this week, Representative Francis Jackson from District 45 officially filed a local bill for the request that we made to the General Assembly for funding. We also we also submitted our request for infrastructure to Congressman Roger's office as well. So we've got two opportunities that we're looking for funding for various projects in the community. So G will become viewpoint. That will be Dennis Quaid. We have a video. H will be the commission committees. And then, of course, the last one and very important one is I. That's the operational request, where we will hear directly from all the departments of what their needs are for the coming year. After that, we'll have staff comments and then we'll adjourn the meeting. But that's the lineup for today. Back to you, Chancellor.
We're waiting on Finance Director, but he'll basically start with the CIP. Like Mayor said, you're gonna hear from a lot of different aspects today. But this is basically the beginning of our budget process. Now to
Okay, so you have a copy of the new community investment plan, appropriately named CIP, that we refer to. If you open it up and turn to it'd be page 2 in the book, that shows the list of all the projects after the letter. You've got it split by each of the different department types: general government, public safety, public works and transportation, cultural recreation, and stormwater. A lot of different projects coming up, and this is just the 5-year plan. Some of these we know we're not going to be able to do in 5 years. We still want our CIP because we want it front and center. We don't want to forget about it. We want to show that it is a need for the town. If you look at that total of all the projects, obviously you can see we can't fund everything. But each year we do prioritize and see what the better need is for the town, what is needed more than others. Some of them are in different years, spread out over the next 5 years, and sometimes they move around depending on grants, depending on funding, and priorities and needs. So first off, just want to see, do y'all have any questions, just initial reaction or questions to the CIP at this time?
Any comments from the board?
If not, we'll just flip through it real quick. First section obviously is general government. That's things involving town hall and most of the staff that's in town hall. You see the very first project on page 5. It's a new project that we added this year, Municipal Government Complex Master Plan, which we are starting that process now to see what's the best and most practical use of this whole complex here, being town hall, Parks and Rec Center, public safety, and the ball fields and the parks. We'll be looking at the public works area and parking lots and different things that need to be changed or enhanced, or different things we can do to the property here on Rockfish Road. Next project after that is downtown development for Trade Street. That's been on here for a while. Then if you flip to public safety, you'll see several different projects, but mainly on page 9 is the focus we're going to talk about today. The fire truck replacement rotation and the need to replace and update our fire trucks. That's been put on hold for the last couple of years, and we need to get going again. Other projects that are coming up that are new. As you flip through it, Public Works has several new ones in there. We can get into those later. One of the ones that I will go ahead and, since we took the bond project portion out, I don't want to put Don on the spot, but I see he brought in some street examples. So if he wants to, if you turn to page 24, you'll see our roadway replacement project. And if Don can get a mic, he can explain why we need these so bad.
Okay.
It's not working.
Don?
It's not working. So you
You know, still seem to be working.
can-
Now, that one is, this,
We got Bobby coming to look at them.
show and tell is always the best way, at least for me. I'm a visual learner. 2015, we developed standards and specifications for the town. One of the things that we put in there was roadway systems and how they needed to be built in order to last, so we don't have to go in and do repairs immediately, if not sooner. Before standards and specifications, and these are no kidding, I went and took these up out of the street. This is Fox Meadows roadway. It is quarter-inch thick of asphalt. It is alligator cracking like crazy. There are a lot of potholes, and you can't fix potholes if you don't have asphalt to put asphalt up against. This is East Hampton before standards and specifications. This is Wood Springs. This is one of the roads that I actually have on my request to replace. This is after standards and specifications. This is in Georgetown. Well, these are both in Georgetown Estates. One Stoddard Road, one is Jacobs Creek Circle. I expect this to last 2 years, tops. I expect this to last 25 to 30 years before I have to do anything. And this is all done by the developers, and that's why we develop the standards and specs. That's why we enforce the standards and specs. What we plan on doing, if we get the funding through the federal government, I can't fix every road in town. We identified 4 major arterial type roads within the neighborhoods. Bretton Woods, Wood Spring, we went into different neighborhoods of town, and we're looking at doing a full replacement. And by that, we're talking about pulling up the entire roadway, doing any repairs to the storm system if it needs to be done while we have it open. Subface actually is fairly decent on most of our roads, and going back and replacing it with a standard roadway with concrete curb and gutter. And we're going to concrete because nobody does asphalt wedge curbing anymore. It's an old method, and you can't get the equipment that requires special wings on your screeds to actually build it. And it's a set of skills that is being lost, kind of like cobblers are. You can't get somebody to repair shoes anymore. So that's why we've got that in there. And it's just going to be a start. As we can get additional funding, smaller projects that we're looking at doing with street funding rather than grant funding, is go back and be able to do a portion of a block or a block at a time, where, like we did with Beaver Circle, where we can take up a bad section of asphalt, rehabilitate the base course, and put new asphalt on top of it, and we'll have something that'll at least be serviceable for a number of years until we can get to an area roadway where we actually do a replacement of it.
Okay. One thing that Don, a new terminology that he mentioned with his project this year was asphalt rejuvenation. I like that term instead of just repairing and replacing streets. But asphalt rejuvenation, good terminology. Thanks, Don. If you flip to the Parks and Rec section, what's that? Oh,
I want to explain, since you brought it up, asphalt rejuvenation is not what will happen in these areas. asphalt rejuvenation actually happens in the newer neighborhoods. As asphalt ages with UV, you can see it, it's called raveling. It looks like the stones in the asphalt are rising to the top, and that's not what happens from UV deterioration. The oils break down, and as you get vehicular traffic, it literally breaks up and pulls the fines out of the asphalt. Rejuvenation is a process where you go back and you spray oils and emollients back onto it, so it's like putting cream on your skin. It moistens dry areas and makes them last longer. So the rejuvenation is for the newer neighborhoods. The replacement is for the not so new areas.
All right. If you move to Parks and Rec, we've got a lot of updated projects in the Parks and Rec section. And as the mayor said, we have submitted to the state some funding. If we get that funding, then several of these projects will move to the forefront. I may have them in either next year's or the year after that, but once funding is here, then we'll look at the possibility of doing some of these projects in Parks and Rec. And of course, if we do get state funding, then we'll have to allocate some of the town's funding, I'm sure, to go with that to complete some of these projects. Oh, I'm on Parks and Rec starts on page 32. And you'll see the different things that we've updated since the parties meeting and the delegates meeting from last year. So, and then the last section in your book is stormwater. Stormwater is actually in a separate fund. It's not part of the general fund of the town. It has its own funding, and those projects are in the very back, starting on page 46. So do we have any questions on the 2025 CIP?
Any questions from the board? Want to go back and reference what Don was talking about with his roads, and that was on page 24 in the CIP. $26 million, that's exactly what we're requesting the federal government to try to come in and help us fund the replacement of a lot of our roadways. Also, wanted to point out that this document will be on the town website.
Probably tomorrow or Monday.
Tomorrow, Monday, and there's also hard copies. If you want to come by and pick up one, you can have that as well. And we invite the public to look at it thoroughly, review it thoroughly, because this represents a community investment plan for all of us. And there's a lot of different projects that are in here. So it's another way to be transparent and to deliver a lot of information about what we're looking at over the next 5 years. You may.
We did bring this out, but buoys is in here for buoys is in here to go back in on the lake.
That's on page 16.
Yeah, on page 16.
Yes, that is one of the projects in the CIP.
Good.
The cost is,
140.
yeah, 140,000 for that log boom to go back on the lake. Okay. Any other comments? All right.
Okay, so as I said earlier, the CIP has all the town's projects and priorities in it. It doesn't necessarily mean they will happen in the year that's in here, but they are on our list. They are something that we're looking toward doing as soon as there's funding available. So what I need the council to do is not necessarily approve the CIP, but to accept it as presented.
We don't need to approve it. Does the council accept the CI, the 2025 Community Investment Plan as presented? Yes? Okay.
Okay, that's what we need, because a lot of grants ask, one of the questions on the checklist is usually, is this project part of your CIP? So if it is, we can check that box. So thank you for that. And now, unless y'all have anything else related to the CIP, I'll introduce the county folks here from the tax assessor's office. Joe Utley is the tax assessor. I'll give him the mic, and then he can introduce the rest of his folks. What he'll be doing. So turn in your notebooks here to the section starting with this page. Where's that notebook?
sir. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Utley. I'm with the tax administration. I'm the tax administrator. I've been the administrator since 2015. I've been with the tax office since 1992, and I moved to Hope Mills in 1993 and live in Brightmoor subdivision. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with where that is. So my wife and I and family have been there for quite a while now. So it's a pleasure to be here today. I do have some of my staff with me in the back, who maybe help me out with any questions that I can't answer. And I have Wayne Robinson, Tommy Starkey, and Joe Ricciardo. And they're I call them our residential and commercial experts. So they wanted to be here today too. What I wanted to do today is just kind of give you a brief overview of revaluation. And I think you're set up in your books. I'm going to the slides. The first slide I want to really look at is the overview, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're going to talk about. I don't know how many people are really familiar with revaluation, so there were a couple of slides about revaluation and what we do and why. Then I wanted to briefly look at some revaluation results for Hope Mills, and then talk about what kind of is most important for us now, because the notices that have been mailed is how we're going to communicate with taxpayers, how they can appeal their property values, talk about schedule and deadlines, and then I'll kind of wrap it up again with our contact information. So if you would go over to the next page, titled General Information. General statutes do require that we do a reevaluation once every, at least every 8 years. And Cumberland County has been on that cycle for since 2017, which was our last revaluation. We haven't attempted to do one earlier because we did a software conversion in 2020, so it's been hard to try and do one in between. So, but we currently are on a 8-year cycle, and the whole goal is to bring market values up to 100%. North Carolina does 100% of market value. It's required by statute. So in the years in between, we get from 2017 to this case 2025, the tax values get further and further away from market value as we go along. So the revaluation is designed to bring those up to 100% of market value. And again, that is our primary objective. Our primary objective is for tax equity and fairness. We want everyone to be paying their fair share of the taxes. So as values change, people should be paying more of their share of those taxes. So we want to make sure that it's fair and it's equitable. And when we talk about fair market value, the statutes call it true value, and it's defined though in the statutes as fair market value. If you're in real estate, it's just a very common term, but it's basically what a willing buyer and a willing seller will exchange in monies without any compulsion to do anything otherwise than just it's on the market. It's a fair market sale. It's been advertised in the MLS, and so therefore it's nothing else is involved in there. It wouldn't be like a government sale where one government sold it to a private entity, or a private entity sold the property to government, or a religious sale. We don't consider those as arm's length transactions or qualified sales. And we hear a lot. You do a revaluation just to raise money, and that's not true. From what we do as a tax office, we're tasked with appraising the properties at 100% of fair market value. We don't get involved in what taxes actually have to be paid. And I think that's important for people to remember. Over on the next slide, we talk a little bit about what revaluation includes. We are different from a fee appraiser. We don't go out and do single property appraisals. We do mass appraisal. And we use a computer-assisted mass appraisal software to help us. And that's what we did in 2020 as we went live with the new system. But with that, We valued approximately 143,000 parcels, and so it is impossible for us to do those individually. So we use the software system, the CAMA system, as we call it, to help us do that. We initially we started out quite a while before. People think, well, you just did the revaluation January 1. We started several years ago working on this. And a lot of what we do to start with is we analyze vacant sales, we analyze improved sales. And in doing this, for countywide, we reviewed over 45,000 what we call qualified sales that are acceptable. And we use those throughout the county in the proper market areas as they occurred. So we looked at a lot of sales and people I think just don't realize how much goes into that. We have there is the sales comparison, there's the cost approach, and there's the income approach. And so certain properties we do different things on. For residential, we primarily use the sales comparison approach, which I think most people are probably familiar with, where you have comparable sales that you use to develop a value. A lot of the commercial, we use the cost approach, and then a lot of the income producing properties like your apartments, your hotels, your mobile home parks, your shopping centers and all, we use the income approach because that's typically how investors are going to buy those. They're going to look at the income and expenses and capitalization rates. So that's what we use on those. If you look over to the next slide, we can brief look at what the assessed value versus taxable value is for Hope Mills. And at this point, I kind of did want to, I'm mostly going to talk about assessed values, but I did want to point out kind of where we were for January the 1st, 2025, as far as the taxable value for Hope Mills. And as you can see, a little over $2 billion in assessed value, about 169 million in exclusions, which would be your exempt properties, leaving a beginning taxable value of just about $2 billion. It's important to remember that this value is going to change. I mean, it's already changed from this point of what I've got here because we have exclusions. And as you can see down here in this list, we have elderly, disabled, disabled elderly, disabled veterans, and we have builder's inventory, and we have present use. And so all those things will subtract from our assessed value and mean a little bit of reduction in taxable value. But a lot of those deadlines have already occurred, some haven't, but we'll be continuously reviewing those through June. And so those will affect your values. And what people are most concerned, and it will affect the values, is appeals. There will be quite a few appeals, and we'll talk a little bit more about the appeal process in a little bit. So over on the next page, the bottom line, it shows that the assessed value in Hope Mills have increased by almost 71%. And that's quite a jump. But it's been 8 years, and it's been COVID it was a different time. It's something that we hadn't been through, and values right after that seemed to really soar. And so the sales are supporting that. So we feel comfortable with that percentage. But see here on this slide, it says the 2024 assessed value, what the 25 assessed value is, the beginning, and the percentage, and that would lead to an increase in assessed value of almost $900 million. The next slide over talks about property types, residential, commercial, and it shows you again the breakdown and increase. It does show while Hope Mills was about 71%, residential went up considerably more than that at 88%. Commercial went up about 38%. And I think a lot what we kind of are seeing again is the residential after COVID, it really soared, it took off. Commercial, not so much. People were staying at home, they were ordering online. I don't think a lot of those habits changed. I think that the increases in commercial properties, we just did not see those. Some of those were standing empty. So we didn't see as big an increase in the commercial properties. And then over on the next slide, see a little bit more of a breakdown in Hope Mills. When you're talking about single family, multifamily, townhomes, vacant land, and the overall increase. And then commercial, a little bit more of a breakdown of what I talked about there with the income properties and the other types. Multifamily stands out. When we talk about multifamily, we're talking about duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. And what the staff seem to be finding on those is that because single-family homes were going up so much, that they were not necessarily as affordable, maybe duplexes or a living space in a triplex that was more affordable. People were buying those as investments, and then they would maybe buy a triplex, move into one unit, and then lease out the other. So we just found that while in 2017, multifamily did not have the value that single family did, that over those 8 years, and especially after COVID, multifamily really increased in value. The next slide looks at an overall summary again. It just shows the other municipalities, and it compares Hope Mills to how the other municipalities did. So our notices did get mailed out, and we are starting to hear from taxpayers. So that's kind of, my office just kind of shifted gears. The values are out there now. We're going to the appeals period or phase. We're going to talking to taxpayers and meeting with them. So I kind of wanted to go through some of that now, how we're reaching out. Again, the notices did go out, and I'm sure you received yours. The back, the front part gives some information and the values. The back actually is the appeal form itself that we would ask people to send in. Each notice, valuation notice, received a brochure. It frequently asks questions brochure, and that should have been with everyone's notice. And we'll talk about that a little bit. We do have a call center set up, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. But as you'll also notice that press releases have gone out. Cumberland County's put out on social media about the revaluation. There'll be press releases stating when the appeal deadlines are, when people need to get information in. And then I can go to our website and find information there that people can appeal through email. This is the first time that we've allowed that, so they don't actually have to mail it. They can send it in, scan it, and send it in by email. Over on the next slide, you'll see the frequently asked questions brochure. I won't spend much time on that, but everyone that received the notice should have got that. And it does answer a lot of questions, and I think people have been able to glean a lot of information from those. Over on the next page is our information about our call center. The call center did kick off February the 24th, and it will run for 30 days and through March 24th. This is a number that people can call, the 678-7800 number. And we are actually have, I believe, generally about 4 appraisers on the phones between 8 and 5 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then on Tuesday and Thursday, we stay open until 7 o'clock so that people are getting home from work or whatever, they could call us then. But there are actual appraisers. These are not clerk or tax assistants. These are appraisers on the phone that can answer a lot of questions. They're not going to resolve your valuation issue as you may see it, but they can explain to you how it worked. They can talk to you a little bit about the comparables that we use if it's a residential property, or just how we value the property. They can give a lot of information, and they can do that on the phone. And then they can explain if that explanation isn't really all that they needed, they can explain to them how they can make an appointment, how they can do an informal appeal. The next slide, I'll talk a little bit about appeals. Property owners can go online and they can pull up their property, the 2025 value, and that property will show them, if they go to the right tab, they will show them the comparable sales that were used. So I can go to my neighborhood, pull up my home, and it will show me the 5 comparables that were used to value my property. And so we kind of asked people that it would be great if if they really feel like their value is too high, that they go take a look at that to start with, see what their comparables are. And maybe that would explain to them and they can see where the value came from. But if they're not really able to sort that out, they can also contact someone else, a realtor maybe, to help them understand their value or what the values are in their area. And it is also, people can also get an appraisal, but I would not recommend that at this point. This is the informal appeal period. We would like people to appeal informally, talk to an appraiser. And then at some point, if they feel like they need to go a step further to the Board of Equalization and Review, and they feel like an appraisal might be necessary, then they could do that. But appraisals are expensive, and we wouldn't want people to necessarily spend that extra money up front. Let's just see what kind of resolution we might can come to start with. So that kind of dropped me down there a little bit on that slide, that things that they can provide, and if they got pictures of their property, if there's damage to their property, their home, then they could submit pictures, and we'll be glad to take a look at that. But the key thing is anything that they have that supports a value adjustment, we'll be glad to look at, and we'll be glad to talk to them. We also have the call center. We have people can call in, but we also have they make appointments to meet appraisers, and then we have also staff in the hallway on the 5th floor of the courthouse. They're there every day to direct taxpayers, and we will accept walk-ins. We have appraisers on call to accept walk-ins, so you don't have to have an appointment. You don't have to send in your form first. You can bring your form up and ask, and what documentation you might have, and ask to speak to an appraiser, and they will be able to get you in to talk to an appraiser at that point. The commercial properties is basically the same thing. The only thing we ask on that is if it's an income producing property, if it's an apartment complex, we ask for income and expense information for the 3 years prior to the revaluation. And that way, because that's again, we don't use their actual, we like to look at what they have, but we set up models for our commercial properties, for income producing. We set up models and we look prior to the revaluation. We've done surveys, we've been out to the properties, we've looked at other resources to determine what rents are, what expenses are, vacancy rates, and capitalization rates. So we would like this owners to bring in that kind of information for their property. So on the next page over, it talks about appeals, what to expect. And 2017 is really not a good year to compare because values went down. But for 2009, values went up approximately 30% overall. And we had 128,000 parcels, and we had about 15,000 appeals, or about 12% in appeals. So that's kind of been a guide for us on what we could expect. And we think that's typically about normal with what we've experienced in the past and what other counties are experiencing. But as of about midday yesterday, we had only received a little over 1,000 appeals. So that's a little bit less, but I think people are still gathering a lot of information. And so I expect that will go up as we go further along. But anyone who does file an appeal, they will be heard. We will address their appeal, and we will be sending them a second notice. Anybody that appeals in formal appeal, they will get a notice within 90 days of that appeal telling us, or the date of the 90 days of the appeal, telling them what their value is. Whether it changed, went up, went down, or stayed the same, they'll get another notice. But that's not the end of it. At that point, and it will state on that notice, they have 15 days to appeal to the Board of Equalization and Review, and that's the next level that they can go to. It's another form, a different form that they'll fill out, and then we will address those. And at that point, if we're not able to come to any agreement, then it would actually go to a hearing in front of our board. The next slide that I wanted to go over is we are really getting a lot of questions about tax relief. And there are several programs. There's the exclusions for the elderly and disabled, and that is based on age and income. There's an exclusion for disabled veterans, and that's, what the primary factor there is that they have to be totally and permanently disabled, or service-connected disability, excuse me, and there's a form that the VA provides us that states their status. The exclusions or the elderly and disabled, those actually have a deadline of June the 1st. So we're still getting those in. We haven't really begun to review them. So that's why another reason you'll see the assessed value go down, because we'll be working those through June. And then people that miss that deadline and for statutes say for just cause, they can appeal to our Board of E&R, and our Board of E&R is very good at looking at those, and a lot of those get approved before the end of the year, so we'll still be seeing reductions a little bit through the end of the year. Another program that we have is the present use value program for agriculture and horticultural. That's based on production, and agriculture is based on income along with that. And then we have forest land, which is sound management. And those deadlines were 31st of January, but again, we haven't really started reviewing those. Still getting those in. The next slide is the revaluation schedule. A lot of that is, some of that has already occurred, but I just want to run through that real quick. That our call center is open through March the 24th. Then it will revert to our customer service line. So we'll still be answering calls. It just will get back to our customer service. Appointments to meet with appraisers will run through April the 11th. And the informal appeal period will end the 24th of March. But that doesn't mean that the appeal's end. That's just the informal part. That's when it's a little bit easier for us to adjust values if we need to. But after that, any appeals we receive will be signed for the Board of Equalization and Review for them to appeal there. And that doesn't necessarily mean they have to go to the board and present a case. Each appraiser will meet with them. They will go to the property. With the informals, we don't have time necessarily to visit every property. That's the reason we ask for as much documentation as we can. But if they appeal to the Board of E&R, we will go to the property, meet them out there, and go a little bit further and try to resolve it. So it doesn't necessarily mean they have to go stand before the board and present a case. Our board will convene on April the 23rd. It will adjourn on May the 28th. So that's a little bit more than a month that they have to get those Board of Equalization Review forms in. And anything appealed during that time is considered timely, but the board may not hear them till August, September, October. But they still have to be appealed during that timely period when the board is in session. But once it adjourns, any appeals after that would have to be for the 2026 tax year. County, a big thing we get now is a lot of people, they get their value, they see it went up 60%, and they automatically think their taxes are going up 60%. But it's not necessarily the case, and it's a big education part on our part. It is really based, we do the assessed value. It's really the county board and boards like this, the municipalities that determine what the tax rate is, and that will actually determine then what their actual taxes will be, along with other fees and so forth. So that typically the municipalities and the county will set those rates in June, and July the 1st they become effective, and then in August of each year we mail our tax bills. Somewhere around the middle to the end of August we get the tax bills out. And the final two slides that I have, again, is just a reminder that informal appeals will be through March 24th. They'll get a decision within 90 days, and then they'll still have 15 days after that to appeal to our Board of Equalization and Review. The board does adjourn at 5 o'clock on May 28th, so any board appeals have to be into our office by 5 o'clock in written form by that day. If people miss the informal appeal period, that doesn't mean they missed their opportunity. They still have to May the 28th, even though we stopped accepting informals on March 27th. They haven't missed it. If they didn't appeal informally, they can still appeal to our board. So, I don't want them to feel like, March 24th came and I'm done. You can still appeal, but you got to by 5 PM on May the 28th. And on that last slide then, it's a little bit, just a kind of a recap of how someone can reach us. It's our call center. There's a tax real estate email that they can address us. Customer service is available as usual, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. And then the county website has a lot of information on it. Similar presentation I did to our board is on there. And again, the way to go to your property record card, bring up and look at your comparables. So that would kind of concludes what I had for you this morning. Again, I appreciate you letting me come and do this, and I hope it was helpful.
Mr. Dudley, we truly thank you and your staff for coming today. We commend you for what you've done about preparing these slides. We would also like to thank Cumberland County Board of Commissioners for allowing all of you to go out into the community outreach program to run to the municipalities like ours. You presented at the City of Fayetteville. And we're going to create a page on our website, the town's website, to highlight the slides, some of this presentation, a couple of videos that have already been produced, and all the information that's been provided as a further education point. Because like you said, there's still a lot of folks in our community that believe because their value went up 60%, their taxes are going to go up 60%.
Right.
We continue to hear that. And that's clearly not true. What your office only does is the assessed value. The municipalities set the tax rate.
Right.
There's one key thing I wanted to give you some comments back, some things that I have heard. The reevaluation call center is a very, very big plus.
Okay.
And the more that we can push that out, and I'm going to say here's why, is because there are some people that have actually contacted private appraisers to appraise their property.
Right.
But they have used this call center and talked to your appraisers to not do that, and in some cases, not even file an appeal. And it's all about that information piece. And so I think this is a hallmark of what you guys are doing. And the other thing is allowing the appeals to come in by email. I think that's a positive too. So those are my comments. Does the board have any comments?
I have one question.
You got it. You're next.
Okay, sir, so I had a question about your CAMA software. Is this the first year that, the county has used this software to, do the assessments?
This is the first year that we've used this software. Before we had it was more of a green screen kind of program. It was fairly old, so in 2018 we started implementing a new system that's web-based, and it's the North Carolina Property Tax System. It's endorsed by the Association of County Commissioners, and so that we went with that. And so anytime you have a software conversion, it's a challenge, but I think we've met that.
Okay, and then, my second question would be, like the mayor had mentioned, as far as with the appraisal, so does your office with the appraisers, do they charge a fee to reassess the property or whatever?
No, ma'am, absolutely not. Our staff does not. We're glad to look at them. Again, I would say on appraisals, even though when people do bring them in, we don't just go, oh, your appraisal says 260,000 and we change it. We review that appraisal, we verify the properties, we look at the comparables that the appraiser used, but we don't necessarily change it. So, but we do not charge anything.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the age limit for the elderly, or the beginning age for the elderly, and the income criteria?
The age is 65, and I want to say right now the income is about 39,000.
Okay.
37 to 39,000. I can recall right offhand.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anything else? Bruce?
Yeah, so if you have an exclusion in place, that carries over, correct?
If you are For example, a military exemption, it carries over. It did not show on your notice, but yes, those are still there unless you had some kind of unqualifying event. But yes, they should carry over.
Leanne?
I know that the state says you have to do it every 8 years, but especially in towns like ours where our growth is just so fast, is there any discussion of being able to do it more often to prevent these big jumps like this?
Yes, there has been, the chairman of the board, he did give he had a press conference about something else yesterday, and he mentioned that, of course, that's not my decision, but he talked about getting input from myself and the county manager, and I believe they probably will go to a shorter cycle. It wasn't possible last time because of the software conversion, but I can see that possibly coming.
Mr. Early, I will tell you, I believe the consensus of the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners is to pursue a shorter cycle.
Yes, sir.
And I heard that directly from the chairman and several of the commissioners as well.
Yes, sir.
So I think that's going to be some discussion points and probably come up in future meetings where there'll be some official action taken.
Okay, very good.
Which is a benefit. Because a lot of folks are new to Hope Mills, and they probably weren't here 8 years ago. They've probably only been here a few years, and the assessment cycle is like a shock and awe. On one hand, you've got all this equity built up. I just bought a house a couple years ago. I'm on PCS, and now I can sell this thing a lot higher than I purchased it. But then on the other side, as you said earlier, people believe, I hear it every day, that it went up 60%, well, my taxes are going up 60%.
Right.
But they're not going to lower any taxes. They're just going to add on 13, 14 cents to the 51 that we have in Hope Mills, and then throw on 13 more, and all of a sudden it becomes 80 or 90 cents. I keep hearing these things. It's just not true.
There's a lot of misinformation on social media.
Oh, yes. Yes, definitely on social media sites.
Yes, sir.
Bruce? Don, sorry.
I'm the younger veteran.
Under review.
What would cause a significant difference in the real market value, or the assessed market value, and the tax value of somebody's home? Like mine is more than 10% different.
Between
Between the fair market value
okay, what we have assessed it at,
and the tax value.
they should be the same. So if your tax value is,
My tax value is $48,000 more than my fair market value.
okay, then I would ask you to call our office and talk to us, because I not quite understand it.
The call center, Don. It's in the slide. They're available during the break today. You can call.
I'm probably not the only one that's happening.
And that's why these meetings are out in the community, is to engage different citizen questions about their property. And that's why that call center is there. And it's been very, very helpful. The feedback that I have heard, it's really been helpful. But the more people know about it, that's just the big key. And that's what we're going to do here in town. We're going to establish a page and put up as much as we can to push it out.
Okay, and we appreciate that, because we do not shy away from people appealing. We want them to if they feel like their value's not correct.
Yeah, and key question you asked, your services are, every day, what's the favorite word? Free. On a discounted rate.
And you also said you live in the Brightmore subdivision, which is where I live, so if I have questions, if you see me knocking on your door, just be like, yes, Ms. Rachel.
Okay, we'll restrain the dog.
If someone did not receive a tax assessment, would they just call this call center as well?
Yes, ma'am, and let us know. We did get some return mail, so.
That's a good question. But that's a good question, because we assume that everybody got one.
Right.
At least we've heard from everyone that got one. There may be some that, maybe didn't get one, so that's an interesting question. Anything else? Any other questions from anybody that's here? Okay?
All right, sir.
All All right.
And we very much slides on our website, if that's what the council prefers.
We do.
We'll get the slides and the extra videos to be played on our website. I definitely would like to thank Mr. Utley, his staff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I do think that something the mayor alluded to, the community engagement piece. Because when we first heard about the revale numbers, it was shocking all. But what you're doing here, what you've been doing for the last couple of years, with the council, that is doing a lot more than you may realize to actually calm things down, because there is a significant amount of information that you're providing that does clear up a lot of these questions. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Next, according to schedule, we do have a 15-minute
Get ready to giddy up, giddy up. Actually, we good? All right, we've had our nice break. A lot of discussion, a lot of talk. Let's continue on with our subjects this morning. The next one on our list is Brownfield Grants discussion by Don McClure from Mid-Atlantic Associates. And Drew will do the introduction.
Okay. We have Darren McClure here, and he's going to be talking about the brownfield grant opportunities that could be available for the town. And so I will turn it over to him.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to come and chat a few minutes with you. I'll try to explain to you what I do. I've been doing this for over 30 years, and my wife still does not know what I do. I don't think my kids do either. But my company is Mid-Atlantic Associates, and we're an environmental engineering and consulting firm. And one of the things that we do, and one of the things that I've focused on probably the last 20 years of my career, are helping communities obtain funds for economic development. And in my arena, being an environmental person, we primarily use EPA funds that are used to address what some people are considered as abandoned, idled, or underutilized properties, and they're termed as brownfields. And brownfields can be known contaminated sites, or they can be suspected contaminated sites. And even if it's not contaminated, if it's abandoned, idled, or underutilized, it can fit into the definition of a brownfield. So the opportunity that we're talking about is for the town to petition EPA for a grant, and it's called an assessment grant, where if successful, EPA would award anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million to the town to go out and look at properties, and they can be, downtown properties, they can be in the historic district, anywhere within your limits or your ETJ. And if it fits that definition of a brownfield, then you can use these funds to what I like to call or eliminate development barriers. A lot of times people will not invest in a certain piece of property because of unknowns. Is there asbestos there? Is there lead-based paint there? Are there old underground tanks there? Did they do things historically that have contaminated the property? So instead of investing their money into an opportunity, finding out there's a problem, and then walking away from it, what these funds are meant to do is the community invests the funds to do some of the testing, the assessment, answer a lot of the environmental questions up front. So you've already removed that barrier for the next person that comes in and wants to invest in that property. So, and when I say invest, hopefully what that means is put it into either a productive use or a higher use. You can use these funds on property that the town owns. You can use these funds on privately held property. Okay, you don't necessarily have to own the property to invest those funds there. The initial grant that I would envision the town to apply for is an assessment grant. If you identify properties, if you work on those properties, and then you find out, hey, this property actually needs some cleanup, some remediation, there's something there that needs to be cleaned up, the town can then apply for additional grant funds for the cleanup. Now, the one catch there is to actually conduct the cleanup and to get cleanup funds from EPA, the town would have to own it. But for the initial grant, again, you can work on town-owned properties and you can work on privately held properties. Some of the stuff you can do with these funds is you can do asbestos, lead, mold testing. You can do your typical phase 1 environmental assessments, which most banks require before they'll loan on any commercial piece of property. You can do certain types of redevelopment planning efforts. So you can use some of these funds for planning efforts. If there's a certain target area or site that you want some assistance with planning, you can use it for planning. You can use it for certain structural assessments. If there are buildings or a group of buildings that there's some concern about the structural integrity of them, you can use some of this fund to do some of that work. So it's really a wide variety of uses, and EPA really looks at this, although it is an environmental grant, it's for brownfields, it's really an economic development grant. And what I've done, again, for probably the last 15, 20 years, I've worked in I'm an Eastern North Carolina boy. I grew up in Wilson. So I know Eastern North Carolina. And, the Raleigh and Durhams of the world, we do a bunch of work in Raleigh, Durham, Charlotte, but they don't need grant funds. They've got economic development going on, they don't need the help. It's the smaller communities that you can really make a difference in by bringing these funds in. And sometimes you remove these barriers and you may not see anything happen on that site for 5 years. But you've been able to use these funds to put it in a better position for investment. Now, I'll shut up and give you a few examples. I think they handed out some slides or some paper here. These are just a few examples of some communities that we've worked in and how we've been able to use these funds. I think the first one you have is Hotel Louise in Little Washington. This is a hotel that sat vacant for well over 20 years. It was owned by somebody out of New York. They had somebody interested in developing it, but the reason it had sat vacant for all these years was because it had over $500,000 of asbestos in it. And nobody could make the numbers work. Downtown Washington, $500,000 just to get it to a point where I could develop it. So we helped Washington obtain one of these grants that we're talking about. We used that grant to do several things. We did a comprehensive study on it. We also took it through, North Carolina has its own brownfield program, and that brownfield program in and of itself has some pretty significant and attractive tax exclusions that come along with it. So we use these funds to take this property through the brownfields program here in North Carolina. What this did is it kind of opened the door for this Ohio developer. We then applied for a cleanup grant from EPA. There was a public-private partnership where the owner flipped the property over into the city's hands while they were executing the cleanup grant. And they used that cleanup grant to remove all the asbestos out of the building, which then facilitated opening the door for the Ohio developer to do what he wanted to do there. Now, this was just completed in 2024. I don't think the vision is to put 41 one-bedroom apartments in it. But again, this is just an example of, we used assessment funding, which is the grant we're talking about, and followed that up with $500,000 of a cleanup grant to get the asbestos out. That's just an example of how you can use these funds in certain situations. The second example I've got for you is in Williamston. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Williamston, but if you drive down Main Street and you go down River Road, there used to be two facilities there. One of them was a Royster Clark chemical facility. The other one was a Windsor Oil bulk petroleum facility. And for years, they offloaded petroleum and chemicals off the river, brought them into bulk tanks, loaded them into trucks, and took them off. These facilities had sat vacant and fenced up for years. The owners had essentially walked away from them. Royster Clark didn't even know they owned it. They'd gone through so many mergers and acquisitions, they didn't even know they owned the property. But we worked with Williamston to bring in some of these assessment funds, and we used those to determine all the environmental conditions at that property, or the combination of properties. We took both of those sites through the North Carolina Brownfield program, and that program gives you liability protection. So in this instance, that was important to the town because the town essentially, one of the owners was going to give the property to them. The other one, Royster Clark, sold the property to them for, I think, $10,000. But they didn't want to take ownership of any of this until they had some type of liability protection from the historical operations. So we got them the Brownfield agreement through the North Carolina program, essentially all the testing that was done out there was done with grant funds, no money out of the municipality's pocket. Once we had done that, we determined what needed to be done to get it cleaned up to the point where they wanted to use it as a recreational use, as green space. It's right there on the river. So again, we went back to EPA. We got about almost $400,000 in cleanup funds, tore down the remaining buildings, infrastructure, pads, dug out a bunch of contaminated dirt, brought clean fill in, seeded it, regraded it. And if you drive by it now, it's about 2 acres of green space on the river, instead of a fenced up, dilapidated, 2 old industrial facilities. And again, this was about $800,000 and was 100% funded through grants. The last one I'll show you is in Havelock. This is one that I've been involved with since 2011. A gentleman down there ran a recycling facility for years, and it went from bringing in essentially permitted recyclables to bringing in anything and everything that the community brought in. And it also was permitted to bring in hurricane debris at one point. So there was over 150,000 cubic yards of just trash on this property. And on one side of the property is a nice creek that feeds into Slocum Creek down there. On the other side of the property is Tucker Creek Middle School. And then there's 2 neighborhoods on the other side. So you've got 30+ acres of an eyesore stuck right in between your community. And the vision has always been that we're going to do something about this and make it into a park. So again, very similar strategy. We got the assessment funds from EPA. We did all the assessment out there. We found out that the environmental was actually not that bad at all. But the problem was you got 150,000 cubic yards. Some of these piles are 30 feet high. So we started developing a strategy of, one, how do we get this property into the hands of the city of Havelock? The owner of the facility, the owner of the recycling facility had died. His kids didn't want anything to do with it. Obviously they felt like if they stepped into the mix, all of a sudden they had liability on their hands for it. And to show you how small Eastern North Carolina is, as we were doing our research on this, I found out the gentleman that ran this recycling center, his last name is Coleman, and he had 2 daughters. And my college roommate married in Coleman. And I just picked up the phone and called him. And I said, Jerry, did your wife's family have anything to do down in Havelock? He goes, oh yeah, their dad ran some kind of facility down there. So that opened the door to I got the city's attorney, Warden Smith, hooked up with them, and they, convinced them, you're not accepting any liability if you, as a former officer of that company, sign off on transferring the property to the city. So they transferred the property to the city. Havelock got $1 million from the state legislature, and we cleaned up about 10 acres of that site. And we recently worked with them to get another $1 million in funding from EPA. We're going to clean up some more of that site because we're doing that in conjunction with a $3.5 million HUD grant that they got. So the goal is to get more of that site cleaned up and eventually developed into some kind of park for the community. So those are just some examples of what the doors that, taking this step can open. I talked with the mayor, I talked with the town manager a little bit about this. And again, you can be very creative with this. EPA can let you be very creative with this. So I think Hope Mills has got some opportunities if this is something that you'd like to pursue.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. If we were to look at pursuing the assessment grant, what's the timeline?
They accept applications once a year, and that's in the fall. So applications would be due. They'll usually come out around the August, September timeline. They're usually due right around Thanksgiving. They evaluate them and they'll award the grants the next spring, usually April, May timeline.
Okay. And to pursue that grant, would we have to use a special service to write that, put that together and package it, or is that something we do ourselves?
Well, you can certainly do it yourself. Typically, the way we operate typically is communities will bring us on board, or somebody like us on board. We've done this throughout Eastern North Carolina for years. So we kind of know how to write the applications. We know what EPA is looking for. So they'll typically retain our services or a firm like ours. And then once we're on board, we help the community usher that through the process, write the grant application, and then if it's awarded, we help implement it.
Okay. So would we have to put out an RFP, I guess?
Yeah, EPA.
Would that be the start point? Is if the board were to go ahead and approve starting the process with an RFP?
EPA, there are certain procurement requirements that EPA requires because you're using federal funds. So EPA requires towns that if you're going to implement grant funds from EPA, then you have to go out for a request for qualifications for firms like ours, consulting and engineering firms, to work with you to implement the grant. So yes, that's typically the first step.
Okay. Okay, board. Is this something that that we'd like to do?
So I was gonna ask a question, or just, the lawyer in me loves the timeline, so I'm gonna back into Darren's timeline. If they accept applications in November, assuming that this is an opportunity the town wanted to proceed with, they'll have to issue an RFQ for services, which will take about, usually have that out 30 days, hire a consultant. How long would it take a consultant to put the grant together? Ideally, when would the consultant need to get started? Or how do you work?
Ideally, we like to get started as soon as possible because obviously we want to meet the people in the community, learn about the community, learn what we need to learn to make sure that we put together the most competitive application that we can. I mean, these are competitive grants. So we got to make sure we get every point that we can. So the sooner we're engaged, the better. I would like to say, we'd at least like to have a couple of months before the applications come out. In an ideal world, we've already got 95% of your application written before the guidelines ever come out. And when the guidelines come out, it's nothing more than us tweaking it and making it the best that it can be.
When we're talking grant funding, is it outright grant or is it a matching grant of some sort?
No match, 100% funded by EPA.
Yes, sir. Just two quick questions. Well, I'm assuming, but would radon mitigation fall in this program?
Yes, you can do radon with this.
And the last question I have more about indoor air quality systems, like if you want to test for dirty sock syndrome or Legionnaires' disease or something like that in an indoor air quality system or existing buildings.
You know what? I've never done that, but I would not be surprised that EPA will allow that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I got it. I just want to say, with North Carolina procurement, ideally you'll do a 30-day RFQ process, but you can shorten that though. up to 14 days. If that's the board's pleasure, you know, you can shorten the RFQ process. 14 days to get in your proposals, et cetera. So if time is of the essence, you know, it could be anywhere between 14 to 20 days, up to 30 days, if that's something that we want to do.
Ashley,
Yes.
can you, provide a little advice from your position as our strategic planner?
So let's kind of blend this a little bit with the strategic plan update, if you don't mind. And I can sit here and give my update, or, I'm daring that out of the podium, but I'll move my way up
You can
there.
sit right there if you want.
Okay. Yeah.
Might be a good segue.
We can just combine them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a good segue.
Thank you. So let's take a pause on brownfields for a second, and let me kind of give you a strategic plan update. So we're still in the information gathering session. Almost all of you probably participated in at least one visioning session with me at this point. You know, we're working to create a long-range vision for the town, and as a part of that, we're working on a singular long-range vision with a subset of strategies to help us achieve that vision. So as a part of the visioning sessions we've had with council or the board and the department heads, we're looking to identify policy goals and a direction. One of those themes has been economic development and revitalizing some underutilized properties or the historic district. As a part of the strategic plan, we would identify a goal like that and then create action steps to get there. I asked Darren to come in and give a presentation on brownfields to show how that might be a possible opportunity to achieve some of the revitalization efforts that have already been identified early on. The timing probably couldn't be better for this. If the grant applications are due in the fall, and we're hoping to finalize or at least have a substantially final draft of the strategic plan by May or June. So that way we will have already identified some of the policies or the areas that the town wishes to pursue revitalization in. Particularly the historic district has come up a lot already. My recommendation would be, if you're interested in the brownfield program and the opportunity that this could provide, to proceed with looking into submitting an application. Just because the board authorizes the manager and staff to issue an RFQ for services doesn't mean you ever have to apply for the grant, but it starts the process rolling. And it's better to start and stop than not start and wish you had started months ago. So my recommendation as it relates to the brownfields would be to go ahead and authorize staff to draft an RFQ. I can help with that. To get some proposals in. Darren and his company and others, I would submit, you'll choose who you'd like to work with, and then they can get started. That will give them ample time. I don't know when, if grants are due in November, when does the application come out?
Usually around September.
Okay, yeah. So that, if you wait until September to get started, you can only have so much of a competitive edge. And I will tell you, these are, because there is no match, these are really coveted grant programs. And anything from a laundromat to a gas station to a funeral home could apply. So if there were chemicals there, you've got a good chance. And lots of people now are looking at these opportunities. So you want somebody managing that for you. Does that answer your question?
It does. So, what's the thoughts of the board?
Do we need a predetermined location?
I like the fact that you said, typically here on ground is taking on contaminated sites. But something you said there, you could use other utilized sites as well. The one thing that attracts me, another thing that attracts me to it is the fact that it can be utilized to stimulate something you said, economic development. I think what Commissioner Scarola is talking about is, would we have to have a specific site identified, or is it something where we can have multiple sites or general sites identified?
So the application does require you to identify either like a target area or a target site. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're 100% locked in to using it on that site. But, you know, what we would work with the town on is, okay, here's what would look the best. Here's what would look the best to EPA. Sometimes that's a privately owned site. And, you know, during the process, I can tell you 97% of the time you go to these private owners and you talk to them and they realize this is good for me. So they allow the town to invest those funds. But you do have to, you have to have one or two sites or target areas that you highlight in the application. And we work with your team to figure out, okay, what's going to be the best look for that application.
These grants, are they recurring so that we can actually anticipate one happening again next year so that, you know, it seems like sometimes you feel forced that at a moment's notice, you have to make a decision without actually being able to sit and sleep on it and really think about what you're doing and how you want to approach it.
They come out every year. If a community has a grant, you can only apply for additional funds once you've used up 70% of your current grant. So they're usually 4-year grant periods. You have 4 years to spend the money. If you spend it in 2, you can reapply as long as you show EPA that you spent 70% of your current grant. Now, with that said, if you're working on an assessment grant and you identify a property like the Hotel Louise in Washington, you can be in year 1 or 2 of your assessment grant and you can immediately apply for cleanup funds. So it doesn't keep you from applying for that, but if you're looking at the same type grant.
Who monitors, say you're awarded a grant, you have the 4-year spend period. Who monitors to know that you're at your 70% spend and you may be eligible to apply for a new grant? Does the town monitor that? Is that part of a service you would offer?
Well, typically we're working with one person from the town. They're kind of the lead manager, but we do all the heavy lifting. So we're communicating with them, guys, you're at 70%. You've got more work to do here. Do you want to apply for another grant? Or
so it sounds like you're saying after you apply, you're going to monitor the report.
Right. Whatever firm is doing it would be the shepherd.
Right.
That's probably the easiest way to.
That's key because a lot of times when I'm speaking to staff members that do grants, a lot of times people don't realize, and I speak to Don as well, it's not just getting the grant. Is it a match? To that question, there is not a match that's required. But once you get it, it's the investment of the grant and the reporting of the grant that tends to be some of the most time-consuming aspects of it.
And we're well aware of that. Small towns, they have a lot on their plate. The person that we typically work with, for instance, is usually the planning director or an economic development person, and we do 98% of the work for them.
The max amount of the grant is $1 million.
Depending on the year and what type grant comes out, we could apply for up to $1 million, but it's at least $500,000. Yes.
That's a significant amount of money to invest in different areas of the town. Okay. Any other discussion from the board?
No, you were saying that you could potentially be the facilitator of this grant process. What are your views?
Well, I'll tell you how we work. So we go into communities and we help them identify whether they would be a good candidate. So I've already done that with Hope Mills. We don't charge a dime until you get the grant. Our fees are paid once we start actually managing the grant.
Is it a percentage fee, like 10%?
No, it's time and materials based on our fee schedule. We're pretty dang efficient. We've done this a lot. But we don't charge anything until we win you the money. And I can tell you, these are competitive. It took Siler City 3 times to get their grant, but once they got a grant, they got 3 consecutive grants. But if you bring us on board, we're with you through it. If we don't get it the first time and you want to pursue another one, we're here for you.
And that process starts with authorizing the town manager and the staff to pursue an RFQ for the assessment grant, and that's the motion. one of you would like to make it? With a second? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second? We have a second. Any other further discussion?
Yeah, well, we would have to decide where we're gonna put it, so.
Well, I think once we get it in play, then Ashley's gonna probably take the lead on that too, as part of her comprehensive strategic plan.
I think that's something that's up for discussion. And once you deciding to pursue the RFQ, part of the consultant's job will be helping you identify the most competitive site. And that, I think, is just going to fall right in line with one of your top objectives in the strategic goal. And again, you get your options out there. Maybe you decide this isn't the right time, but at least you're moving forward.
Start the process.
And I think
Yeah.
also what you authorize the staff to do is put together a collection of sites to get to the consultant and for him to advise us on the best possible site to be able to pursue with the extension of that.
This will go up for 30 days, is that correct? All right, so it's 30 days and then there'll be a decision made after that.
And I would just reiterate, you talk a lot about timing, unfortunately, these only come out once a year. But let's say we were to apply, you're successful, you win the grant, and maybe you don't want to put your foot on the accelerator yet, you've got 4 years. So if the timing's not right or some dominoes need to fall before you actually start implementing the money, you've got plenty of time to get it done.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lay.
Would Ashley be working through Drew, or who she be working with?
Probably under the town manager.
Yeah, ultimately, the way we work out a simple and internal team, typically we got a group that we typically deal with, and we'll all collectively provide the board with recommendations to give to the consultant on the into the process.
Thank you.
Y'all will still be the ultimate decision makers in how to move forward. That nothing about that changes in this process.
Yeah, this action just starts the drafting of the project and also the assessment and analysis of what areas. This is the start point, all comes back to board, final board approval. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll get to work on that here in the next week or so and meet you 30 days.
And I will just kind of wrap up.
Go continue on.
Well, it's a very quick update. As I mentioned, we're still in the information gathering process. We're getting ready to launch more heavily into the public engagement session. And I'm working with Drew and LaMarco to narrow down some days where we think we can engage the public at activities where they are already located, like opening day, perhaps the Cottontail Trail, as well as having some dedicated public engagement sessions here at Town Hall, whether that corresponds or bookends with a municipal meeting or an advisory board meeting. So if anybody has any ideas for the perfect way to engage the public, please let me know. Because I know you know your community better than I do. But once we get that information, we'll work on honing in on the strategies, trends, and goals, and work on formulating a draft plan. Any questions for me?
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the best ways for you to get community engagement, I mean, do you have a timeline of when you're trying to get it done by?
So I'd like to have it wrapped up by the middle to end of April, because it can drag on. But that being said, a lot of consultants work where they have a dedicated community engagement timeline. If you dedicate 3 months to community engagement and you just don't get a response, you need to keep going, because your plan is only as good as the information you're able to collect from staff, officials, and the community. Do you have an idea?
Well, that's why I
Yeah.
asked, and you said April, and I was like, well, 4th of July, we usually
Yeah.
have so many people, and I'm like,
Well, but I think 4th of July is probably a great place to have the draft plan and to get some feedback on that. I mean, ideally, we will have a good idea by May, June of where we're going. And so if that's, you want to extend that timeline to finalize the draft in July, August, that's fine. I would be shocked if your economic development initiatives change based on the visioning that's already been done, because there's just a big theme there.
And then you can always come out with us at the polls.
Oh, yeah.
November 2nd, like, citizen input, please.
Yes.
But, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? All right, excellent.
Okay, thank you.
We thank you for coming. We're going to continue to move on with our next topic will be fire truck replacement rotation. Chancellor will leave that off, and then we'll go, and then Drew, and then we'll go right in.
Deputy Chief Holbert will actually read this portion of it. I will say that this is something we talked about in January at priorities. The replacement plan was something that was halted in recent years. And so as we do address some of the needs, it's something that we felt was important to be able to give an update on the possible reestablishment of that replacement rotation fund.
Good morning. Basically, what we're wanting to do is get this reestablished. The goal of this replacement plan was to get the trucks at an age where we can sell them off to recoup some of the costs of these trucks. With the halt of that about 5 years ago, it's put our trucks, 21, 51, and 32 at the age of 32 years old and 23, by the time we get the new vehicles in. And then 5 years after that, you're looking at the replacement of 2112 and 2152, which will roughly be 24, close to 28 years old by the time we can actually get rid of them. The current cost and time frame of these trucks right now, the engine's looking at close to $1.1 million, with the cost of equipment close to $2 million. The ladder truck is going at roughly about $2.5 million, and we're looking at about $3.5 million trying to equip it. And all the manufacturers that we spoke with today are looking at between 37 to 45 months from the time we place the order to the time the truck's actually sitting in the bay. So what we need, I guess, is a commitment from you guys to kind of figure out which direction we need to go, whether we need to step on the gas and go in and place an order in spring of 2025, so that way we can receive the trucks by spring of 2028, affecting our budget come 2029.
Bobby, let me ask this question. If we were to place an order in spring of 2025, we're looking at what, 2 trucks?
Correct.
And that amount is
$5.5 million.
5.5 million.
Yeah. It's $2 million for the pumper and 3.5 for the ladder. And I can tell you what the plan is for that.
I'm getting ready to go there because I'm looking at a copy of the debt service.
Okay, so as you can
I
see.
think that's where you're going.
Yeah, the current trucks that we placed, or that we got, what was it, 7 years ago, I think, that debt will be rolling off in a couple of years. By the time these trucks are built, and we have to pay for them, we can start a new debt on the trucks. So what happens with the fire trucks, it's just a rotation of debt. Once 2 trucks are paid off, then the next trucks roll on, except when we originally did this, we had them 5 years in, we ordered the next trucks so that there are 2 debts for 4 fire trucks going on simultaneously. They're staggered by 5 years. So, because we have to catch up with these trucks. So that's what the original plan had, and we were supposed to order and get new trucks. We were supposed to order them 4 years ago. We would have received them 2 years ago. So that debt should have already been on the books, but we don't have it right now because we never ordered the trucks and we never got any in. So now we need to start that process again. Problem is now it doesn't take 2 years to get the trucks. It takes 3 to 3.5 years to receive the trucks. And they cost more. So that would have happened anyways, but the new schedule takes that into account. So as you can see in your books here, you've got the new revised schedule that goes out several years. But we order the trucks now, we receive the trucks roughly sometime in 2028. The debt for those trucks doesn't kick in until fiscal year 29. By that time, the current trucks that we're paying for will be off of the debt. We'll actually have a gap year, I think of a year and a half without any debt on fire trucks. We'll pick up the first two, and then you see 5 years from now, we order the next two trucks. So you have two loans for 4 trucks that are 5 years apart. So you're always, this rotation is, you're always paying for 4 trucks. And after 10 years, that debt's done. You have ordered trucks at year 7. Come year 10, the new trucks come in, you start a new loan for that, and so forth. So, as you can see, the year of the trucks here that Deputy Chief mentioned, the current 2 trucks that we want to replace is a 2005 Hummer and a 1996 Ladder. Those should have been replaced 2 years ago. The next 2 trucks in on the rotation is a 2014 and 2017 pumper truck. And then the next 5 years after that, the 2 trucks we just ordered will need to be replaced at that time. And so the 17 and the 14 pumper and ladder truck will need to be replaced. And then it just, so we'll never have a truck more than 15 years old is the goal.
So to be clear, if we were to, if the board was to authorize the order of these 2 trucks today, the new loan would start till 2029?
Fiscal year 29.
Okay. Even though we order them today, we go ahead and just say, go ahead and put them in the queue. That loan wouldn't start till 29, and under the current debt schedule, that's when the current loan on the trucks ends.
Actually, it ends before then.
That's kind of what I was looking at.
Yeah, it ends before then. So we'll have a gap year in there that we will have no debt on fire trucks, but we can spend on something else that year.
Okay. That's an opening for another department's request. Another segue.
When we previously had the fire truck rotation, and then we stopped, how long was it going before we stopped it?
We started that rotation not long after I got here, maybe 2018.
Yeah.
I got here in 16.
Correct, we ordered the current ladder that's on the front of the station in the 2014 truck, so they're both 2014. And then we followed up with the 2017.
That's right.
When I came on in 17 as commissioner, we were continuing it then. I think that was our second order.
Correct.
Is when we came on.
Right. So I don't know if you remember the original time that we set this up, it was going to be 1 truck.
Yeah.
And there were going to be like 7 or 8 year loans. Commissioner Marlowe was on the board then as well, and he mentioned, you know, we need to do 2 at a time. So we changed it to 10-year loans at 2 trucks. And until, I guess a few years ago, we were ready to make the next round of order on trucks. And management decided to put that on hold. And so it's still on hold. So this is starting it up again.
Yeah, I remember that because we were talking about 1 and then Commissioner Marley added 2. And that was that second order. And then COVID came in and a few things. They got placed.
COVID did play a role in that as well.
Yeah, and then past leadership put a hold on it. Okay.
And as Jerry mentioned earlier, this is a need, not a want.
Yeah, it's not one. I just noticed this past week, the city of Fayetteville just got their hazmat truck in. And I think that had been on order for some years.
Yeah. Yes, it was on order for 3 years.
Yeah, they just got that in this week. It's a beautiful truck. Why do you wait 3 years is what people ask me.
Now, one thing you may notice that our trucks still, as old as they are, the 2005 and the 96, they still look great because our fire department takes care of them. They keep them clean and spotless and working. But they are requiring more maintenance than they used to. And, you know, I'm hoping they'll still be tip-top, usable shape 3 years from now. The new trucks come in.
It's built in the United States.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yeah.
So we don't have to worry about tariffs and that kind of increase in the price and stuff, okay.
Once they come in, will we surplus the existing vehicles we have now?
The ladder truck, yes. The engine, we cannot at the current point, because we need it for ISO purposes.
Okay, but the ladder truck will be able to. Okay, any other discussion from the board?
It's just gonna be really interesting, because I'm looking at the years of, by the time we get all these trucks replaced, and I'm like, okay, I'm 45 now, by the time I'm close to 60, we'll have everything rotated in. So all you young children on, you know, on the internet that may be watching, you may be the next board that decides what to do with this, so, yeah. Interesting.
And one thing to consider, there was a law that almost came out that no fire equipment could be over a certain years. What was that again? It didn't pass, but it could come back again.
Yes, they were looking, you should have a truck over 30 years old in service is what they were looking at.
So that law could rear its head again and be passed, and then that 1996 Ariel would not even be roadworthy, and we couldn't even sell it to anybody.
Okay. Yep, we do. Okay, what's the direction of the board? Do we want to make a motion to begin the truck rotation and order these 2 new trucks? We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Any other further discussion? All in favor? Seeing none opposed, place the order.
All right, order the truck.
Sir. Thank you very much, Robert, for that. I tell you, we shouldn't have stopped it, but nonetheless, it's back in now.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll just wait for 3 years.
All right.
Next up is SRO update from the police department.
Okay, what I'll do while we're waiting for the chief to come, with this presentation, he's just gonna give you an update on where they are, how it's going, and that sort of thing. When he's finished, you'll see in your packet, you've got a budget amendment. If you remember, when it came up for us to do the SRO, program, I think it was May or early June of last year when we just found out about that. The budget for this current fiscal year was already complete. So we went ahead and moved forward with it and trying to figure out between then and now how we were going to fund 100% what we took on. The county paid for most of it, but there's still part of it that does not have 100% funding. However, we still need to budget for it. It needs to be covered by the budget. So what you have, when Chief is done with his presentation, a budget amendment that will cover all the salaries, all the benefits, the part-time salaries, the equipment, and the vehicles that were associated with the SRO, CCO project. So just know that that is budget amendment number 22, and we'll need to get that approved after the presentation.
Okay, Chief.
Sorry, I had to do a search with my dog real quick. Here you go, Chief. So, I've just been asked to speak about the SRO program. So we're currently at, full staff for the SROs. We are short a couple of the traffic control officers. To be exact, 3 of the, what we would consider full-time, which is the ones that come every day. They work in the morning and work in the afternoon. And 1 part-time position. It's very difficult to fill those because it's kind of a job that's designed for somebody that has the ability to only work 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon. So you've got to be retired folks or somebody maybe like a mom that drops their kids off at school or something. So, sorry, I just ran up and down the stairs with the dog to get there. I got my 3 years texting me that they're ready for you, they're ready for you. But so it's been a little difficult to fill those. We get some and then they leave, for something else. But our SROs actually go outside the school and assist with the traffic, so there's been no operational deficiencies. We handle it, there's been no complaints. All the reports I'm getting from the schools are excellent. We're getting more involved with conducting tours of our building for their criminal justice clubs and some of the students. They come here and do touring of the police department. We are looking to start a Police Explorer program and feed that program through the high school. That's offered for people that are 14 to 20 years of age. So we're looking to start that maybe beginning of next school year. And we'd like to start a youth kind of police academy, which would be held in the summer. And what they would do is come and, we bring it to open it up to probably middle school kids at first. This was a very successful program where I came from New Jersey. We started it off slow with 1 week, and by the time it grew, we had like 6 weeks of 6 different groups of people. That's how popular it was that people wanted to send their kids, So they each get like a baseball hat, maybe a t-shirt, and it's like they're in a police academy. We teach them how to stop cars. We take them to the range to shoot paintball guns, that kind of thing. So we're in the process of getting that started, and we'll filter that and feed that through the schools as well. As of March 3rd, we've answered 601 calls at the school. Just our SRO, 601 calls, which is a tremendous increase in call volume for us to handle that. And that's when I say calls, that's any incident where the SRO has to do a report or get involved and help out with either a dispute or, a parent that might be disorderly or any sort of offense that occurs at the school. Most of those, a large portion of those were at Southview High School, which is to be expected. The high schools mostly generate more calls than the elementary schools. Trying to think what else. Any questions about the program or?
I didn't hear anything about it.
You got
I didn't really hear anything about car replacements or anything like that. You even need cars.
Are we discussing the police department needs right now or just the SRO presentation?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Are we actively advertising for the traffic control?
Yeah, routinely. Yep. HR posted. We have an active post. We'll get somebody that takes it and maybe they stay a few weeks and then they get a full-time job. So they leave for the full-time job, but we're, there's no, like I said, there's no effective operations. Our SROs are out there directing the traffic in the morning and the afternoon, but we'd like to have it filled, but it's just a very difficult position to fill. And it's not for lack of trying or lack of what we're offering, because we're offering the same hourly rate as Fayetteville does, and I'm sure that they're having the same problem. So it's not a somebody's offering more than we are type of thing. It's just that it's a job designed specifically for somebody that's looking for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon.
You're not having a big turnover, are you?
In the traffic control officers, yeah, we've had a significant turnover. They take the job, they last a few weeks, and then they get full-time employment somewhere, which obviously you're gonna have the opportunity to work an 8-hour day, but people are gonna take it.
Notoriously difficult to keep filled. There's no benefits, and like you said, it's just
And this isn't even like a part-time. This is like an hour. Yeah.
really low.
Just out of curiosity, because I know you told me about Fayetteville Tech is doing their business fair or wherever. Are you gonna try to advertise like there or even Fort Bragg, because they do?
Well, Fort Bragg charges an arm and a leg to go to their job fairs, so we don't attend there. It's very costly to attend their job fairs, but we do attend other job fairs. We've actually we've tried to think outside of the box, and I've had Captain Brayboy go over to the senior complexes here, because that might be ideal for a senior citizen who is just looking to make some extra money, maybe in the morning or in the afternoon. So they have it posted on their bulletin board, and then I suggested maybe going to the schools, and he's done that because and let them advertise through their PTAs and stuff. For a parent that might be a stay-at-home parent and can drop their children off in the morning, picks them up in the afternoon, because this job is ideal for that. You know, we could accommodate them and maybe put them into the school that their children attends, and then they can just drop them off, work, come back, work, and pick them up. So we thought outside of the box in that regard as well. But yeah, we're trying all those things. It's ebb and flow. And actually at this point, because it's already March, we're not going to even look to fill those positions until summer, because it costs us money to outfit them in uniforms. And then if the person's only going to come for a month or two and then leave, it's a lot of money for us to outfit them in uniforms.
Okay.
Because that's a cost that we've absorbed. They pay the salary, and the school district paid all of the uniforms and equipment for our SROs, but they just pay the salary of the TCOs, and we were forced to outfit them ourselves.
I think one of the smart approaches would be to definitely work with the PTAs.
Yeah.
That is, because the parents have a vested interest in that school. And maybe they were looking for something in the morning and the afternoon and just don't know about the availability of it.
Yeah, Camp Brave Boys already consulted with the principals that said they were going to put that out and work with us to try to achieve that goal.
Now, Leanne, there's a career fair next Thursday from 10 to 2 at FTCC in the County Learning Center. And its discounted rate is, I think it's free. Yes, it is.
I think we might already be involved in that one, right, Kat? I'm pretty sure I saw something about it. If not, we are attending some other jobs. Is that at FT? Yeah, so we're already planning on being there.
Yeah. I'll just make sure you guys get the information. There'll be a lot of folks that'll be there. Career fairs are real heavy at FTCC in the spring. So who's backfilling? If these shortages, if your SROs are backfilling?
Yep, the SROs that are assigned to the school, they just go out there in the morning and the afternoon and assist the crossing guard with the, or the TCO with traffic control. If there's two, if not, then they just handle the traffic control at the school that they're assigned.
Okay. Now, I know that we're looking at this current budget amendment. What are we looking at for next year?
Well, I mean, the school, the school has agreed to pay their salaries. All of our current SROs are currently equipped, so completely uniformed and stuff. So that's not an issue. We had to eat the cost of the vehicles, and we're in need of vehicles. But as far as salary and stuff, that I don't see that changing at all. It doesn't impact us at all. That Drew bills the school district, and they reimburse for the salary. So.
Okay. Go ahead.
My question is, educate me on this budget amendment. It's 992, and this front page I'm seeing, help me figure out where you got the 992. And,
add the two numbers together, the 567 and the 421. Because we're getting reimbursed for the changes, for salaries, benefits, and some of the equipment.
Yeah, so
I have to do a budget amendment for all of it.
So are we doing the budget amendment to include the money that the counties provide?
Yeah, I have to show that that's revenue coming in, and then the expense is what we're already paying. It's not been budgeted for yet.
We spent all this money out of the general fund, and we didn't establish a budget amendment until now. So
Yeah,
now
I rounded up.
Now he's wrapping it up. And
Yeah. If you add the 567 to the 421, you get 989,000. I just rounded up on the budget amendment to get the 922 or 990.
And I think that included the cars, and then it also included the we had to get the crime scene unit with no services.
Crime scene officers, executive police officers, their benefits, their equipment, and their lease vehicles. So we have $421,589 if you look at that front sheet. That is not funded by the county, but I still have to show a budget for it. I have to have a budget for every expenditure the town has.
So we're not spending the 567, 746 a year that the schools coming in, that the schools providing. You got, I know you gotta show the, you gotta show the income or the revenue coming in, and then what we're paying out, but really and truly, we'll get reimbursed 567 of that amount. So
Right.
we're not spending that out of our budget. We're showing as revenue coming in, we're spending that money, but it's being reimbursed by the county. Correct?
Of the 992,000, 567 is being
That's what I'm
reimbursed
saying,
back.
so actually, we're only spending 421.
Right.
Is that per year moving forward, or?
Yes, that will be, the only thing that's not annual will be the equipment. That's more one time.
Yeah.
But salaries, benefits, and vehicles that we're leasing to save money the individual year are ongoing.
So I understand what you're saying, you have to show the revenue, and you have to show where you spend, where it comes in, where you spend everything, but I think this budget amendment is, to the general public, that don't understand that, it's a little misleading. You're almost at $1 million budget amendment, and it's actually 421, so that's what I'm trying to
Right.
get explained.
But I have to show all of it.
Yeah. But I just want the public to know we're not spending the extra $1 million a year, we're only actually spending the 421, but the budget amendment that we're gonna approve, or hopefully approve, makes it look like it's $1 million.
Yeah.
So I just wanna throw that out there.
Well, Jerry, that's your fun. There we go. So, back to Commissioner Marley's point, budget amendment. Of course, we picked up this operation in the middle of August of last year. And it's been a lot of cost since it's our first year of this project. There's been additional costs, there's been back and forth discussions about revenue, who's paying what, who's gonna reimburse what. So this is where you see the whole thing coming together at one time for the 992, even though that's the entire total cost of the first year. That doesn't mean that's gonna be next year, not at all. And out of that, 567,000 has already been reimbursed from the county. Or will be. And then we're also in discussions now to get the remaining 421,000 reimbursed as well for this year, for all the entire amount to be fully reimbursed from the county, either school board or commissioners, either one.
And that's why the budget amendment shows the county reimbursement taking out the entire amount.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do.
If you look at that very bottom line, you'll see county reimbursement, 992,000. Commissioner Molly?
I'm good, I mean, I understand that, the optics of the budget amendment. Just didn't look right.
I have the same concern too.
And I'm not, and I'm not, well, I'm not 100% sure that, the county would be willing to pick up that extra amount, so, I mean.
We're open.
We're hoping.
We're talking about the school board. We're talking about the school board.
Thank you.
And
But it
just
should
so you
be-
know,
it should be-
on a regular budget year, if we had taken this in with this current year's budget, if we had known sooner than when we had to do this, because we didn't find out till late May that this became possible.
Yeah, we
something
would have
had to do, it would already be in the proposed budget. So next year, it won't have to be separate like this, it will be part of the proposed budget.
But we
Yeah, just before I forget this. So my one concern is kind of what he was saying, because it's not all being reimbursed as of currently. But then when I do the math for those two numbers, there's still about a $2,500 discrepancy. So I'm getting 989.
989.
Yeah,
It's rounding. I round up.
okay. $2,500, I mean,
$2,500 in the course of 992,000 is not much.
that makes me a little uncomfortable, because anyone who does the math will be like, where's that other $2,500
Here's the
going?
thing, though. It's budget. It's not actual. Your budget should be a little bit more than what you actually spend. It has to be covered.
I think we just need to be clear with that remaining money. Some of that is for those crime scene officers that would not directly affect the school district, so the school board wouldn't even consider that. The county commissioners maybe, because that's a service that the county used to provide to us that we no longer get from the sheriff's office. But the school board would not, they wouldn't be involved in the crime scene unit. We had to add those officers because the sheriff's department no longer provides that service to us.
But the other items.
The other items,
Yes.
correct, that's school board,
So we
yes.
probably need to make sure we separate that and ask the
Yeah.
county for this 109,746, but up front, ask the school board for the money they can budget it going forward, so we won't have to keep carrying this responsibility. The school board moving forward, that they help pay for these other costs or reimburse us for these costs from last year, and that they will pick up these costs, because this is the cost that the municipality would not have to incur if they had already been providing the service.
And I think we bill them every quarterly on those salaries and stuff. So I know we have a signed contract with the school district for that amount other than those two bids, but I just wanted to be clear on those crime scene unit things, because that's not something we could saddle the school board with, because that was something we were required to do when the sheriff's office stopped providing that service to us, because we needed to be able to process crime scenes. But that's something that we should go to the Board of Commissioners at the county level to reimburse us. But the school board, I just don't want them to, I just wanted to separate that, if that makes sense. Yes.
We're about more than halfway through the year, so it's not 100% spent.
Let me go back and address the 2,500, I guess, the difference.
No, I get that.
Okay.
I have to have the budget a little bit higher than what we spend.
Well, and the other additive input here would be, we're still engaged in this school year. So there may still be some additional costs that may happen between now and when the school year ends.
If you look at the sheet with the numbers, it says estimate. So half of it is based on actual, the rest is estimating out the rest of the year.
I mean, there may be actual costs, and if they are, then that would require another budget amendment. Whereas we've got it covered right here with just that a little bit of cushion.
Well, no. Thank you, ma'am. So my next question would be, okay, if we don't get reimbursed by the county of that, 421,000, are we gonna have a separate line item for that if we don't get that reimbursed?
What would happen is we'd have what would be called a shortfall in revenues, and it's gonna have to come out of fund balance.
Okay.
And then I will have to have a budget amendment at the end of the year, moving the revenue line item from county reimbursement to fund balance appropriation. Which again, that would be using fund balance for operational type costs, which is something I really don't want to do.
Well, if we don't get that reimbursed,
Then we have to.
then we have no choice, yeah.
Then he has to. But first, he's got to cover in the budget amendment the entire cost.
Yeah.
Right, and
Of
our
the operation.
objective is hopefully some county agencies will reimburse us for this.
Yeah, for the remaining fees. Which still takes me going forward, what are the estimate costs of the program for next year?
The SRO program?
Both of them.
It'd be very similar.
What do you mean by both of them, sir?
We're looking at, is it going to be similar to this? I mean, we've already invested vehicles, so if we take out the vehicles, what are we looking at actual costs for next year?
I just want to be clear, for SROs,
And the TCOs.
the SROs and the TCOs, I mean, other than, the only thing we were required to cover for them was the TCO uniform, so we might have some effect on our uniform budget for next year, filling those last three positions. But as far as the, going forward, the only, expense occurring for the town would be the lease payment for the vehicles that we ordered, that were not covered by the school district. The salaries are gonna be completely covered. And they'll increase, obviously, you know, and the school district understands that. They may increase, their contribution to us, or reimbursement to us, will increase, you know, with, when our officers get raises, obviously. They have to cover the full salary of those officers, not last year's salary, if that makes sense, you know?
Yeah, so in next year's proposed budget, in your department, you'll have a separate line item just for SROs.
No.
Is that how you gonna reflect it, or?
I'll tell you how it'll be in next year's budget.
Yeah.
It'll all be under salaries for police department, but you're gonna see a revenue line item for county reimbursement.
Okay.
That will equal the amount that is the SRO, TCO salaries and benefits.
Okay. That's kind of where I was gonna go, is like, is this gonna be a separate line, is it gonna be included?
It'll all be part of their total salaries and benefits, but if you wanna know what we're estimating that amount to be, the revenue line item that says county reimbursement will be what that is.
Okay. All right. So, any other discussion?
No other questions, I do need a budget amendment approved.
I'm going there next. Do we have a motion to approve budget amendment number 22 in the amount of $992,000?
You were texting me, Chancellor's texting me, but just text me up. Trying to do a search, I'm running here full book.
We have a motion, we have a second? From there, there's a dial a motion. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any last discussion? All in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carried.
That looks like a reluctant hearing.
Honestly, it's a housekeeping.
I have to do it.
It's a housekeeping budget amendment. Kind of what it is. But I agree with Commissioner Marley, the optics of it, when I first saw it too, it's the optics of it, and how it's got to be explained. It's not like we're looking at $992,000 next year, we're not. But it's for this year to cover the entire program that we assume in office and still in process. All right. We're going to continue on?
We can go ahead and do this,
Let's do it. Let's continue on. Everybody good with continuing on?
Yeah.
Until lunch gets here?
Yeah.
All right, let's roll. All right, next up is. Yeah.
and so, hold on.
We got a little bit of discussion in front.
All right, we were contacted by the senior producer of the show called, Viewpoint, which is hosted by actor Dennis Quaid, Dennis Quaid. And they're producing a positive and educational documentary. And it's a TV series titled Discover America, Great Places to Live, Visit, and Start a Business. But out of many places in this country, their research team thought that our organization and our town would be a good fit for one of their segments on this topic. Viewpoint is an educational documentary style TV program. Viewpoint is an educational documentary style TV program that runs on public television and is also broadcasted as commercial news breaks on CSNBC, Fox Business, CNN Headline News, Discovery Channel, and is distributed on the internet via narrowcasting. What I have for you today is a video clip of a similar video that they did for Maple Valley, located in Washington State. The cost of our participation in this series is $27,000, which covers the cost of production and travel. Staff has identified the source of funding in the budget and will not require budget amendment to cover this. I feel that with this, with the grant funding that we're pursuing and with the request that we have to our state and federal delegation, this will assist us in bringing awareness of what we're doing here. As one of the goals of the report identified in the broadest presentation in January with branding, this is a great opportunity for us to tell the story of the town of Hoboken. So I present to you the viewpoint video that was done for Maple Valley. And this will give you an idea of what our video would look like.
Maple Valley, there's the coal mining, this whole area, there's a lot of history here. People from Seattle and from the larger areas, wealthy families would come here to get away. Actually, we have 3 lakes in Maple Valley, so people would come and enjoy it as a getaway. And then you fast forward a number of years, people started to really realize this was a great place to live, a great place to be close to the large metropolitan, but also feel like you're away. And we became a city in 1997. At that time, it was 9,000 residents. Fast forward to 2023, we are now nearly 30,000 residents.
Yeah, we really find Maple Valley is kind of the perfect fit where we're close enough to all the amenities and other businesses and resources that we need, but also close enough to nature and really kind of the true talent, being able to work where we live has been a perfect balance for us. This area is definitely kind of a pocket between nature and the mountains and also the city life. It allows you to kind of be here, have your own kind of taste of life and style, but also with easy access to everything else that you need or would want in some of those bigger city amenities. I think the people here generally appreciate that, and they respect nature. They kind of resonates throughout the community.
Yeah, people feel safe. Maple Valley has been ranked in the top 15 safest cities numerous years in a row. We have a really strong economic development committee that really likes to dive in and get involved with our future growth and our current growth. We want to make sure even our current businesses still feel like they're part of the process and are involved in town.
Maple Valley is a great place to raise a family, and it starts with, we have an amazing school district, and I think that's very important. But we also have an amazing park network, and it's not just Maple Valley parks within our city limits, which is amazing. We have a beautiful lake with a gorgeous park that's connected to regional trails, and those regional trails can connect you to all of the county, really. So it's a way to have some non-motorized connection.
You know, Economic Development Commission is something that basically serves and supports the Maple Valley City Council. And really just helps give a business voice to the city as they're trying to really kind of plan with intentionality where we're heading, where we're going, to make sure they're getting that input from businesses.
Well, we have robotics, which has gone off to the national competition here. We have We the People. The sports teams win state sports continuously throughout the year. The drama play just got permission from Disney to use one of their plays that we want to Disney plays. So it's always something on the performing arts section. The band is one of the largest in the state, with over 160 some students involved in that.
You are close enough to your elected officials and your city officials to have those conversations, to have somebody talk to you, to talk about needs, concerns, and changes happen from citizens actually voicing their concerns. And I think that engagement, because they see that they can make a difference, they're more engaged.
I'm really excited about being watching our kids grow up. It's a place where we feel safe. We know that they're going to have good quality friends, educators that are going to basically speak wisdom and truth into their lives. But it's also a place where they can get all sorts of experience. They can learn, grow, develop, and really grow into great people that hopefully contribute to the community just like those around them are doing.
Maple Valley, Washington, a natural fit. For more, visit maplevalleywa.gov.
As
Ms. House can help you with it.
A normal person, 8 hours after they finish their and that's where he goes.
What'd you think of the video? Yeah. What do you guys think of the video?
I'm excited about it. I think it's really nice.
I think it was kind of remind of what the CGI one was.
Okay. Anybody else?
It would certainly help our reputation of people wanting to open up. To have a video and explain some of the stuff.
The backstory here is that several months ago, the senior directors of Viewpoint, which is hosted by Dennis Quaid, the actor, and you can go to the Viewpoint site and visit that, reached out to us. And it was kind of, my first question when I talked to him was, why Hope Mills? Why did you look it up? Why did you look at us? Why were we considered as a community for this? And it's because of this video is exactly what they're looking at producing for us. Because they believe in what we're doing in this community. Sir?
I don't know where you saw it. I can follow up, but I have a buddy that lives in South Carolina, and I spoke to him, used to work with him in New Jersey. I spoke to him last week, and he said he read somewhere, he was just reading an article that Hope Mills was being top 50 lake towns in the country. Yep. So that had a lake like that. So I don't know where he saw it, but he saw it and brought it up to me. So that's significant.
When we're talking about developing our comprehensive strategic plan, which is what we're in the process right now doing. And it's a goal of this board when we came together a year or so ago, was that we don't have one. We're in the process of developing one. Then we have this opportunity that we've got a company that can come in and do 3 different segments about our community, and they will promote those segments. That's part of the branding of our community, the telling of our story. And then the other big part about this is that we want to put a story with a grant application. When we submit a grant application, here's our video, here's our story to support it. Because you're going to get a bunch of them, and you're going to see a bunch of names, you're going to see a bunch of narratives all on paper. We have an opportunity here to put a video with that grant application. Just like the one we're talking about earlier today, about starting that process. So it's a huge opportunity. At first, and Chancellor will tell you, I didn't think they were serious. I really didn't think they were serious. I didn't. I mean, Hope Mills, you guys are looking at us. And when you have something on the national level that looks at us and looks at where we are at geographically, not only where we're at now, but what our vision looks like going forward, and actually is helping us to develop that. We're going to have a really solid plan later this summer. We are. We really, really are. I don't think you can say no to an opportunity like this. I just don't think you can. The funding is inside the budget and the planning economic piece, so there's not going to be any budget amendment required at all.
Just to piggyback on what Mayor said and Mr. Scroller said, the CGI videos are, on our website. This is on PBS, CSNBC, Fox Business, CNN Headline News. This is national.
And their website.
And their website, but they call us out of the Clifton side. And that's one thing I want to hit home. It'll blow your mind the things I hear outside of Hope Mills. At what other municipalities, other neighborhoods at the state, national level, what they look at us. We are leaders in this region. I see a lot of initiatives happening in other municipalities that I know we can't hear. And so, like the mayor said, when they call, I'm like, and they let us know. And I was surprised that they called, and I actually had to stop when I was in the conversation with the guy, in the final conversation, and I paused, and he said, yes, you have been selected. I'm like, are you serious? I'm actually thinking, I'm waiting for him to tell us the selection process. And he was like, oh, we're getting ready to actually, you have been selected. And so, right now we're scheduling them to possibly, I'm trying to get them at open day, I'm trying to get them to 4th of July. But when you see that video, imagine a video on the town of Hope Mills on CNN at commercial rate. You can't put a value on that. And I do think that it will allow us to tell our story at a much higher level. We're already one of the fastest growing and most attractive towns in this area right now. So imagine what the growth we have on the books. Imagine what this will do to attract, if we're talking about branding. Imagine national, we're talking about FCEDC. Imagine national corporations coming in, we're talking about job creation and things of that nature. Imagine more people want to move here from other places. So, like Chief said, out of the top 50 towns in the United States that have lakes, we're in that. This little town that we're in right now, we're starting to make headway at a national level. And I think that's something that needs to be cited, and I think that's something we need to be proud of.
These ball teams that win these World Series every year that represent our community would have the perfect opportunity to be part of a video like this. But I will share this, is that we didn't really want to share this until we were officially notified that we were actually selected. And the irony of this is that the day that we had the incident in the lake with the gentleman that drove the car in the lake, at 3 o'clock that day is when they were going to call us to inform us if we had actually been selected for this opportunity. So the guy calls me, I'm at the lake. It's a true story. Chancellor's in the office. He had just left from the lake. I had just got there from FTCC. And the guy calls me at 3 o'clock, and I tell him, I said, you know, Anthony, I said, I sure appreciate the phone call, but I've got my hands full with an incident down here at the lake, and they're so excited about, Whitman's Lake. And he says, look, he says, I know you're where you need to be. There's some things that I need to share with you, and I want you to know that I'm going to call the town manager after you, but I want you to know that we have selected your town to be part of our video. And that happened.
So you knew before.
I knew before you knew. Because I directed him, I said, well, he's in his office, go ahead and call and tell him. But Anthony, the senior director, wanted me to know from the Dennis Quaid show that we've been selected. So now we're bringing this opportunity now to share as an informational opportunity. I trust that the board is okay with them looking at us since we've been accepted. Am I okay? No?
No.
You're not okay with it?
Wow, who gave us the film to just, who gave it?
This is on their website.
Yeah, it came from them.
Yeah, it came from
Why
them.
did you not show one town in North Carolina? Why didn't you go to Washington?
We just
State?
chose a video that we felt it was a town we talking about when they were talking about their population when they first incorporated was 9,000. They're up to 30,000 now. And so I think when the mayor actually spoke about it at the delegation, when we built the rec center, I think we were at 5,000. And we're at about 20,000 now. So we said, feel good video, we felt represent the town kind of like us. We could have scoured the site to see if they had ever done a video in North Carolina. We may find out they haven't even chosen a city in North Carolina. And so we felt that on that website, this was a town that represented the field that I feel when I'm in Hope.
Right. I've read up on it all, and it's a commercial, as you know. If you look, they have like Remax, they had Nexus, commercials. And this is basically what this is that we're gonna be paying for, is a commercial. we have a lot of things, and you know, we just transferred over a lot of money. We have other places that money could be used for. That's why I'm not gonna vote for it.
My question was gonna be is where are we going to get the money if we do proceed with it?
The money is already existing in the planning, community development budget.
So it's already budgeted money that we just didn't use in planning.
Correct.
Is there any issue with, I'm just
Okay.
curious, is there an issue with that? Because they already budgeted it, but they're not using it. And it's gonna come from current year budget, not next year, correct?
That's correct.
That money
Yeah.
cannot be transferred to the next budget. Yes, it can.
The money that they're
The money that's not being used this year can be transferred into the next year's budget to help out with something else.
What happens in any unspent funds for the current year goes into our fund balance reserves.
Okay, but we keep it in case we need it for something.
Yeah, it just becomes part of our reserves.
How much? Well, how much is the total?
I think this is,
The total amount is 27,000, which is, to me, is worth it. If we're talking about what we're getting out of this, and it would be permanent. This is something we could be looking at 5, 10, 11 years from now. This is a cost that I firmly feel is worth what we're getting out of it.
Well, I think the rest of it, you want to, that's just my opinion, I don't, if we leave this right now. We have lots of people wanting to come to Hogan's and we say that all the time. Everybody wants to come to Hogan's, so why do we need to spend money to get people to come to Hogan's when they're already coming?
I look at it like you got a company that wants to help us tell our story because we're an amazing community. I look at it through that lens.
I look through it, Bill, it's a
I
company
do.
that's trying to make money, to sell a commercial and make money.
I didn't see any commercials in that video. What I saw was a community in that video.
Yeah, but they paid for it, and it's gonna be shot in between programs and things, just like a commercial. I read on it, that's what it says, they are commercial.
Okay, is the board okay with this?
I kind of looked at it, we do have a lot of residents that want to come here and we're getting more retail, but I look at it from an economic development standpoint, and it's the same conversation we've had in strategic planning. We really don't have industry here in Hope Mills. So I was looking at it hopefully as an opportunity to sell our community to help get some real industry in this area. Like I said, we are getting a lot of residential people, but I just look at it as a good marketing tool and economic development tool. And $27,000 is not really gonna put a hole in a lot of these big things that we're discussing today. I actually think we'll talk about it in a few minutes when we start talking about committees. I actually think there's some opportunities when we talk about, because some things we don't mind about dropping $27,000, $30,000, $50,000, but this particular situation, we're concerned about spending the $27,000. And I understand, Commissioner Prater, that's your opinion, but I just, again, I that's just my opinion.
And to piggyback on what, Head Pro Tem said, the current presentation we had Monday night for committees was $87,000.
Yep.
That's the amount that we are being requested to put towards committees. 27,000 to tell our story on a national level. I will say it again, I do think it's worth it.
Like I said, it's just my opinion, and I guess I'm more conservative than most people, but, that $27,000 to go towards the community, gave you $10,000 that you just said, it added up to.
Do we have to vote on it today?
Well, to go forward, we do. We've been
I
selected.
would request, at the timetable that we're on, I would.
Yep, we do. I mean, they selected, so now we've got to respond back and say, yeah, we accept your invitation. So do I have a motion?
What's the motion? What do I need to make the motion? What is it? To enter into an agreement with the business
Yes,
way?
yes, yes. That's the motion. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Legg, good? All right. All right. All in favor? I see not unanimous. It will be a 4-1 vote. But it is approved. With that said, Ashley, pause us. The lunch is here, I think.
Yes, sir.
And we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but nonetheless, when we come back after lunch, we'll start. There's 2 items left. One of them will be discussion about committees and commissions. I guess we're going to dive into that $87,000 request that we heard Monday night. And we're going to talk about some overlaps and some functions of the commission and committees. So that'll be our first item after lunch, and then the remaining day will be all in operational requests. And then we'll adjourn later on. So that's kind of the timeline for the rest of the day. We'll be back as soon as we're finished lunch. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you need that touch.
Okay, we're good.
Good. Okay, everybody, we're back on. There we go. All right, after lunch, now we're ready to resume our PM part of the budget retreat. We'll kick off with committees and commissions, starting with Parks and Rec and the Christmas Decoration Committee. And I think Mark Guest is here to update the board on those requests. We'll start with him because he's got to go direct traffic.
Grab the mic over there.
That mic over there.
Okay.
My name's Mark Hess. But anyway, I'm here to talk about the Parks and Rec request for $5,000, which we received last year as well. As part of the money from this fiscal year has gone to training and travel for Parks and Rec employees so they can get additional training. And we have roughly $2,500 left over, which in our next meeting, we're going to discuss purchasing some benches and maybe some of the dog bag receptacles and trash cans for that. Off the top of my head, I don't know the price of them, but again, this is sort of an ongoing process so we can continually improve. It has been brought up that most of the parks don't have very many benches on, especially the walking trails. So I think that's going to be one of the first directions we go. Are there any questions about that? Because we're going to continue with that process of benches and a few more doggy bag pickup spots.
Okay, any questions? So Parks and Rec, you're just asking for the same $5,000.
Same for $5,000.
Appropriated over the prior year.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what about Christmas?
Okay, Christmas, last year we had, well, this fiscal year we had for $20,000. We have purchased, I think all that money has been spent. And we have purchased wreaths, which were up this year. And after Christmas, because we did do a few individual road trips looking at Christmas decorations at other towns. So we know what looks good, what doesn't. And we've purchased some additional lighted Christmas trees that are currently in the warehouse. They'll be up this year. We've also been working with Duke Energy. One of the problems we had is receptacles on the poles. They were supposed to be put up last year, but due to the hurricane in the western counties, most of the linemen and trucks and stuff that go do that here took off for the other side of the state. So that sort of left us high and dry. We do have promises that the phase 1, which is basically from Cameron Road to Rockfish Road, will be electrified by the end of this month. And then we have phase 2, which is going to continue up to Gulfview, and then around Gulfview, though Gulfview might wait a while because they're taking down poles and putting up new poles. So that'll probably might have to be stalled for another year. And then we're going to continue on in phase 3, which is next 2 years down the road. We're going to continue up Gulfview up into Fairway, which is by Parks and Rec's plans, is going to be the entrance to the
the golf park there. But anyway, we're gonna continue the $20,000. We're gonna order, some more Christmas decorations, about half that money spent, prior to Christmas, for additional decorations. And then after Christmas, we'll spend the rest of it. We try to buy most of our decorations after the Christmas season or in July or August, because they take a while to get when everything is on sale. If we wait until November or December, we're going to pay 100% for it. A lot of decorations we've purchased so far, we've gotten anywhere from 20 to 40% off. So we've been able to get a little bit more bang for our buck. But we would like to continue with that $20,000 for this year and add more decorations to the city along the main thoroughfares on what we have from Cameron up to Brockfish, up, that's phase 1. Phase 2 will be around, up to and around Gulfview. Phase 3 is down Gulfview to the park.
Already we're $2,500 in the hole. We ordered some wreaths, and somehow, some way, Old Dominion lost our shipment. We've gone through the whole legal process to try to get reimbursed and get the products back, and now they're telling us they denied our claim. So we got $2,500 worth of wreaths we got to repurchase again because nobody knows what happened to it. So just want to throw that in.
Well, in that incident, the drop was done, the day of or day before the last hurricane came through. The truck driver dropped it all with nobody there. And then when they came up with the signed agreement, receipt, it had the wrong name on it. But they are not accepting the.
It wasn't the company. Old Dominion was the shipper.
The shipper.
So they're not owning up to liability for losing our shipment. So
yeah, because we know that they ordered it.
$2,500 worth of budgetary money that we've lost. So it kind of sucks. But we don't have a way of, not unless we go to full legal. But I don't know $2,500 worth getting Dan involved in. Chuck it up with the law.
Yeah.
Did we involve Dan in this?
We haven't. We have. We went the regular. We went through the whole claim process.
Spend a lot more than $2,500 if you keep pursuing it. Then we lose more money.
I was just thinking about the inquiry from Dan, of why they denied. Why did they deny it?
And we can definitely go that route. Maxie gave me a letter yesterday, and or the document with them officially denying our claim, even though we got all the backup saying nobody ever signed for it. We weren't here. The driver never did try to get a signed slip for delivery, and so even with all that, they came back and denied our claim. So we definitely sent it to them and get it to
Let's push it to Dan.
Okay.
I mean, he can reach out to him and let's see what happens. I mean, it may stay the same, but then again, hearing from our town attorney may persuade them to relook this claim.
Unfortunate lessons learned.
Yeah. I mean, it's no fault of our own. I mean, it's the shipper. And they have insurance to cover this kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep our eyes open for somebody's got any Christmas like that.
Well, I will say this, originally Tina wanted to drive up to Kernersville to get the decoration.
Yeah.
But they shipped it anyway. So if we can do that in lieu of having Old Dominion deliver, and we're open to doing that, we can definitely set that up where staff can go up and pick up the shipment.
So that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna take a pickup truck from Scott, and we were gonna drive up there, but we go with them regardless.
So we'll try to make sure that happens on the next order. The last order that we had, which we got probably 3 weeks ago, I think, there's no issues involved with the shipping.
I want to add with Main Street being having electrical receptacles, we're working with the appearance committee. We want to see if we can do something lit for the 4th of July, and we're still trying to see what kind of decorations. Now that we have lights along the street, we're trying to figure out. I mean, we paid, we're paying the money for it, and we didn't get a chance to use it for Christmas. Maybe there's something we can do for 4th of July to have the street lit up for 4th of July. So we're looking into that and working with the appearance committee.
That would be great.
Yep.
Are there any questions?
Anybody have anything? So it's 5 and 20. Okay.
Don't forget my Ferrari.
5 for Parks and Rec and 20 for Christmas. And Lamarco, you're gonna push that stuff up to Chancellor and you'll get it to Dan. I mean, $2,500 is $2,500.
I agree.
It's a lot of money. That's all we have to return. All right, thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, which one of these committees is next?
What are we gonna do on his request?
Just informational. All right, what's next? Let's go with the next one in the book. Historic Committee, Commission. Okay. HBC has requested $29,700 for next year.
I mean, they aren't here, but this is something that they did present on Monday night. You see the line items there. We initially talked to HBC, when they expressed that they had a desire to nominate the chapel. That was something that I was in support of because, one of the things we've been trying to do for a while is nominate the chapel. And so I initially said that, in addition to their 5,000, which was the normal allocation, I would support an additional amount for the nomination, because with the amount, the cost of the nomination, being 8,000, that would be enough to cover. It was just only had the 5,000 allocation. They would wipe out the entire allocation for that year. 29,000 is what they submitted. I think it's the pleasure of the board to determine if they want them to prioritize some of those items or if they want to make approve the board.
Chancellor, I remember the National Landmark Consultant, Sharon said that was 6,000. Yeah, but yeah, but
I changed it while she was at the podium.
She changed it at the podium, so that's a 6. In past years, they've been given 5. So are we looking at maybe continuing the 5 and then adding 6 just for that? Or
that was my initial, it's gonna be my initial recommendation. Like I say, anything above that, that's something that's important.
I think you prioritize out of the 5 what they want to fund out of this request.
Now, one of the things that she was concerned about was the chapel doors. Now, Parks and Rec, are you guys handling those chapel doors? Is that gonna be, because those, I know the door definitely needs to be.
Yeah, we are, if funded, I've already talked to Max about it, and we've been talking to some people. We definitely want to get somebody specialized in historic preservation because of how old those doors are.
Mhm.
But, we got some people looking into it to get some accurate, cost estimates on it.
Is that gonna, are we keeping it in their line item, or is it going?
Whatever's easy for Drew. I know in previous years, we used to have a chapel dedicated, line item. We don't have that anymore, and
Still there.
I don't think it was funded last time.
It's not any money in it, but the account.
Yeah, so either or, you can put it in capital outlay or you can put it there. Either or, just let us know where it is, and then we can, my staff can get with contractors and make that happen, give them the funds.
Then I guess my request would be is if it's maintenance related, have that specific maintenance line move to the,
Chapel account.
the correct department and remove it from their actual budgetary items from the committees. So, same thing, I guess, even with carpet, because they requested, now this is one of their, not a recurring cost, but remove the carpet and restore chapel floor. That may not be something to get done this year, but that shouldn't be on their budget, that should be on Parks and Rec, I believe. Everything else makes more sense. I'm open to it. No. That one, yes, for the door.
8,000.
Yeah, 8,000 total, I'm talking, yes, so the 3,000 for the doors, and then the 5,000 for the floor and carpet. I mean, that's my opinion, so.
Let me back up a minute before we look at final funding. Is the board okay with the Parks and Rec 5,000, and is the board okay with the Christmas funding of 20,000? Everybody good with this?
Okay, I need to say yes or no before we moved on. Now we're in HPC, and I believe we're looking at five, giving them the 5, and then we're gonna add 6 because of the consultants, so that would be 11. And then there's a chapel maintenance line item that we're gonna put 5 in. Is that what I'm hearing from the board?
Because they have the flooring and then the door, so that's 8 total for those 2.
And you're not going to do anything about doing the project?
That's 5,000.
Oh, okay, I thought you said 5, but there was
5.
3 up there.
Yes, 5 and 3.
For the doors.
So you wanna put 8,000 into the chapel maintenance line item? Okay, and that would not be part of the HPC budget? Okay.
What I wanted to ask you, have you, I noticed that there's like a water stain that's coming if you go in through the double doors on this side. Have you noticed that? It looks
We
like
have,
it's-
and so, we got a pretty good roofing company that's looking at it. What we've noticed is, 'cause we've gone in and we've had the roofing company do some assessments, they can't find any leaks. What we think it is, depending on how it rained and how the rain event is, where there's pointing missing in the bricks, that's how the water's getting in. So we said we're gonna monitor it, and we did some patching. We did some patching around all the fascia and everything. We're gonna monitor it. If we come back and we see additional stains, then we're gonna do something with the roof and then actually, look at, repointing some of the bricks. That's where the water's coming from. That's where the water's coming from. We haven't painted over yet, because we're still trying to monitor it, but that's what we're gonna do. Yep. Yeah, we've been looking at it for a while. For monitoring.
As the liaison to that committee, for the board, like we talked about Monday night, Dr. McCray said about a couple of her committees, the Cultural Arts Committee and the Prime Mover Committee. This committee is trying to do a lot with, events for the town. They'd like to do something pretty big for Charter Day next year. They always do something at Christmas, decorate the chapel. They've got a lot of other stuff in here, the piano tuning. That's something that has to be done. They spent a lot of money getting that piano, redone. It's kind of a shame not to support that either. I don't know, I think we need to take a hard look at a lot of committees. I know it's gonna probably make some people mad, but we've got some committees, all of them are important, but some of them are doing more than others. Just be blank about it. I'd like to see us fund these committees that are trying to do work and trying to do work in the town and do things for the town. I know money's tight, we talk about money being tight, but at the end of the day, the town's not broke. And we need to support these committees. If we're gonna establish these committees, we need to support them. And $5,000 a committee, it's been like that since I worked for the town. It's been like that since I was on the Parks and Rec committee, probably 14 years ago before I ran for commissioner. We had the same budget. The committee's budgets have not increased at all in that long. So we can't challenge these committees to do stuff if we're not going to support them and put the money behind them.
I agree, Commissioner Hawley, and I'll piggyback on something, Commissioner Scroller did on Monday. I think one of the things that we're proven to do is to analyze all committees to see the activity and effectiveness. If you look at the spend that, Vice Director Drew Holland submitted, you have some committees in March that still have $4,000 balances in their actual accounts. And so while we're having conversations about rolling money over, to me, if it's in mid-March and you still only spend about $600, that's an inactive committee. And one thing that Commissioner Scroller did is suspended the committee that she actually chairs. And so I do think that it's not fair to take active committees and hamper them with an amount of money that they can't actually operate out of, because you have committees that actually spend more than $5,000 So I think a holistic view of all committees, where you identify the committees that are more accurate, where you actually can greenlight a little more than the 5,000, but you're saving some of the money by maybe suspending some of the committees who aren't as active. That way you're not pulling more money out of general fund, you just actually shift the money within the 87,000 we're talking about. But that's my take on it.
She's got on here, for that charter day, what is that 500 that she's got over there? She has 2,000 in one line and 500 in the next, one.
She explained that it's a recurring expenses yearly, but for next year's big charter date, the 135th, it's gonna cost a little bit more than the regular charter day.
Than the regular 500 that she's got over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't know why she asked, if that's 500, then maybe that should have been 2,500, if that's what she was saying. It's for
Well,
actual
recurring,
cost.
well, you figure if it's like this year, because they're not gonna have one. If they do decide to do something on and off anniversary big year, 500 should be able to win. Whereas for the 135th, you may want to buy Pelicans or something like that, it's a little bit more.
Yeah, I understand that, I just don't know why she put 500, you would have thought that, because they just had it, last year, and they're not having it this year. So I guess I'm not explaining myself why she would say it, then a current fee of 500, but she wants 2,000. Yeah, I would have 500 off of it, 2,500 on that side of it to do it, but I don't know how that is a recurring fee,
Commissioner Marley, as the liaison for the HPC, what would you like to see funded?
I do have something to say.
No, I didn't see the mic.
No, that's okay. I think that I have a problem with a lot of these committees still having over $4,000 in their budget at the end of the year. That screams inactivity to me. I can explain what happened with Hearts and Hope. However, I think that we shouldn't do a set amount for all committees every year. I believe that some of these committees that we're funding, we need to reallocate to other committees. So if you're doing something with the Historic District and the National Landmark Consultant, parents are putting up banners in the town, they have, they're trying to put some plant trees and stuff around, I can do that. But funding a whole bunch of events for people to keep hosting, I don't believe in that. I think some of them overlap, and if I'm a committee and you give me $10,000, I'm gonna spend that $10,000 on something. So even with me, I love my Prime Movers Committee. I have 2 strong, dedicated people. But if we're not back up, we got some projects that we're gonna do throughout the rest of the year. If I don't have enough people to have a committee come August, then we will have to disband for a while until we get enough people. So when these people sign up for these committees too, you can't have a committee where you got one person working. You need everybody working and contributing. So I feel like for my own Prime Movers, we could get away with $3,000 or $5,000, and I would rather move my money around to actually get something permanent for the town instead of like just doing events. And I like the events for some committees and even for them because they're young people and I want them to be active in the community. But we talk Tuesday night, there's some great things, some ideas that I have for them to do that won't cost them a dime. And so they need money, don't get me wrong. But if I'm a committee, because I'm gonna be honest with you, this year, we're gonna spend that $5,000 before the end of the fiscal year. Is it the best use of money? Yeah, I don't know. I think like one of the events that we're doing, Parks and Rec used to do it. I don't know if it needs to be, I don't know if we can help them do that in the future, but I don't think we should automatically say, I'm gonna give you $10,000 a year. So like she's saying, this year for Charter Day, it's supposed to be really big in 2026, so that's special, so she wanna add more money to that. But if it's not like something like that, like I don't wanna pay for just a whole bunch of events, and that's why we started having the committees meeting, because we're just all having events and are overlapping with each other, and so we're trying to run out to these events every weekend because your committee hosts something, my committee hosts something, then my other committee is hosting something. So like I said, I don't think we should automatically tell these people, this is what the amount that you get every year. If you got some big projects and they're putting some permanent things in the town to make the town look nice, I'm with that, but like not a whole bunch of events, and then we all overlapping. One person, like my committee, we like to do stuff for Christmas too. Then in store, people like to do stuff for Christmas. And Parks and Rec is doing something for Christmas. Why in the world are we all doing stuff for Christmas? Why can't we do something together and save some money? And again, if you give me the money, I'm gonna spend it. So I just think people should have to prove what they need every year, which is kind of what they do when we just say, I'm gonna give you $5,000. I don't believe we should do that. I'm willing to take away from one committee, my Arts and Culture Committee, for instance. They need big money. We need big money to do something. And maybe it needs to be a special committee when we're able to do the project. We're trying to get a mural out at here, starting out like to see that through and trying to get the whole meal sign done. And I want to get a sculpture too. And then when that's done, we're done. We'll probably be out of money. And then we come back together when it's time for us to come up with some other kind of project when we have some other kind of money. But just to be meeting every month, to be meeting and spending money, to be spending it, I don't want to. My time is precious. I'm sure everybody else's is up here. I don't want to do that. So I think we just need to be very mindful. And I just feel like we keep creating committee after committee after committee. And then by the time you look at it, there's 1,000 meetings going on over the year, whereas we can be combining and working together with some of this stuff. And some of it, we kind of just meeting to be meeting or keep meeting and you don't have forums. I'm not going to continue to do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I think, like Dr. McCray was even saying, you know, the joint committee meeting, the last one, there was what, me, Tina Yassett, Karen Saracen, I think Marquez might have, it was just a few of us, not all the committees came, and so it was kind of pointless because we wanted to discuss, so we did have this overlap, and that way we can plan and not waste money over, you know, on the same stuff, but we couldn't get participation for that as well. And I think if we had the committee of committees before budget planning and say, hey, if you're gonna do cookies for Christmas, then you do candy canes for Christmas or something. Just, I don't have a solution. I don't know how to try to get the citizen input to come together a lot better, but I mean, we are being the dead horse, I think.
Well, besides the committees, we have two or commissions. One of them being appearance, the other one being HPC. You know, if you're looking at, and I understand Dr. McCray, but Mayor Pro Tem Dr. McCray, and I agree with what she's saying, is that there is a lot of overlap. You know, performing arts, bringing it to our community, is a huge part of our community. And that probably can overlap in every one of these committees and commissions, except the veterans. I don't know about performing arts and the Veterans Affairs Committee. Or the homeless. But if you were to look just at performing arts and look at what that entails, gateway signs, murals, art, you could look at just creating a separate funding line, just like the Christmas decorations. You get a separate funding line that all the committees could draw from. But anyway, that's just my thoughts. Commissioner Marley?
So, just throw this out to the board, my suggestion would be to give them the recurring expenses and add $6,000 for the National Landmark Consultant on top of the $8,900 for the recurring.
89 and then the 6.
Yes, sir.
So that's 14,900.
Because we're taking the 8,000, hopefully we get that in the Parks and Rec budget for those repairs, hopefully, whenever they evaluate it. That, at a minimum, that would be my ask to the board of my committee.
Would you be opposed if we make that a 15 even?
No, sir.
No. 15 even. Is the board okay with that? Wait a minute. Yeah, sure. Commissioner Black wants to say something.
I was noticing in the handout that you gave us that it says the maintenance of town property is not a committee budget responsibility. And that's what we've been doing, I believe, is giving people what they want on the budget. And we don't know if they're responsible or not. if you look in the right-hand top corner of that handout, it explains that the town property is not a committee budget responsibility.
We're putting 8,000 in a separate maintenance line item for the chapel.
You know, this says budget, so we want nothing in the budget. I don't understand there what we're doing. If we put it in a budget, it can't be used for any maintenance.
They're gonna put, well, I think you're gonna have a line item called for chaps.
Yes,
We're
maintenance.
gonna put money in there, and that will go for just maintenance and things for that chap, for the chap.
The building maintenance.
Does this item here about the budget responsibility, does that go over to public?
Go to Parks and Rec,
Yeah.
not the committee, which is what it says.
I don't see a thing right there about Parks and Rec.
It's saying maintenance of town property is not a committee budget responsibility.
Right.
We're not putting it on the committee, we're gonna put it on Parks and Rec.
Okay,
We're
I guess we
adding
can, it doesn't say don't do it on Parks and Rec, it just says the committee.
Right, but they're in charge of the chapel.
Yes, sir.
It's it's under the Parks and Rec.
Okay, well, I can live with that.
Okay, so before we move on, it's gonna be 8,000 for the chapel maintenance, separate line item, and 15,000 for the HPC. Is the board okay? Okay. All right. Next committee will be the appearance committee.
Here's just actually 5,000.
Board okay for 5 for the appearance committee?
It includes the Parkgate waste on it.
Okay. All right. Let's go with, you wanna go with prime movers and cultural arts? Okay.
So I'll circle back with prime movers. I know I said 3. I'm thinking maybe 4, only because we're trying this new mentoring program out. If it works, I would like to keep it going every year. If it doesn't this year, I'm not going to commit to kind of put that money into something that didn't really turn out right. I think that I would like 4,000. I think they'll be okay with that. That if we do not have a quorum and active committee throughout the year, starting in August, I'm asking for that money to be moved over to cultural arts committee. Cultural arts committee or a cultural arts fund, I'm asking for $20,000. $20,000 will probably get us a mural or 2. I don't know, maybe a sculpture. And like I said, you can put it under a committee, you can put it with a line item. But again, if we don't have active participation on these committees, I'm asking for the money, I will ask for my money to be reallocated to another active committee. So it's 20 right now for cultural arts, committee or line item, and 4,000 for the prime movers. And if these committees do not have, I think that's for all of them, they don't have active forums throughout the year, or maybe we establish how many months after year we have a forum, that money be pulled, moved to another active committee, and that we disband that committee until we get an active forum on those committees.
Mayor, Tim.
Go ahead.
I'd ask you to do the prime movements, go ahead and ask for 5.
Okay.
We do all the committees, take that to 5, that way,
Okay.
All right, so prime movers, is the board okay with, 5,000 for prime movers and 20,000 for cultural arts? Any discussion?
I think, going back to the video we watched before lunch, I think the whole, arts and culture thing with the murals, you get a lot of towns around North Carolina, even like E-Town, Elizabethtown, they got murals on the side of the buildings downtown. I think that would enhance the look of Hope Mills, and, it'll go along with the video that we, watched, kind of tell the story, and, especially the appearance commissioner, the gateway signs and the gateways into the town. I think that'd be a great idea for the town. It's a committee that's doing something for the town.
Okay, moving on to, homelessness committee. That will be you. Commissioner Burke.
I just asked for 5,000, and, I'll know more about what we need with that when we get in there and start getting some, bids and things in for whatever it is that we're gonna do. We've only had one meeting, but I do want y'all to know that I'm gonna try to tap into all of the county, programs that do help with the homeless and get as much from them as I can. And like I said the other night, I have a meeting with, one of the assistant county managers on the 21st. And I'm going to, see if she will not help me with that. And so I feel like that we can get some money from other sources.
Okay. All right, any other comments? Everybody good with 5,000 for the homelessness committee?
Yeah.
All right, our last one is the economic development committee. That should either come from Chancellor or it can come from Mayor Pro Tem Dr. McCray.
Thank you. We're asking for, 5,000 allocation. As you see, we have the categories broken down from marketing, and advertising, consulting, and contract. Some of the activities that we're trying to do, we're actually doing for a survey that would, allow us to possibly advertise in some of the, media outlets or even billboard advertisements, things of that nature. Those do come with a cost. Some of the other activities we're talking about is utilizing this committee to, do the upgrade of the Southwest Cumberland Lanes plan. While we do have, I think, the committee members that includes the long-range planning department with the county as members, I do think that it would probably be in our best interest to hire consultants to help out. So some of that is consulting, some of that is contracting. I'll have ideas for doing small business development summits, workforce development summits, and hiring a contractor to do those things. So I don't think we need more than that. I think we can do everything we need to be very impactful within the $5,000 allocation.
Sorry, Chancellor, doing all the math. Okay, so is the board okay with 5,000 for economic development? Okay, so that brings the total to 88,000. Total for Parks and Rec, Christmas, HPC, appearance, prime movers, cultural arts, homelessness, and economic development at $88,000 in committee budgets. See nobody opposed, the census is good. All right. All right, Drew, we're done there. Let's move on.
I just want to ask Mayor a question. I think after we went through this and our discussion Monday night, I would ask that you as the mayor, committees are appointed by you. You appoint committees that see fit. I would ask, if you don't mind, do a review of all the committees, maybe you and Mayor Pro Tem, if you'd like to, maybe sit down with each committee chair and, reevaluate the committees that we have right now, over what we talked about, inactivity, and just speak with them and let them know what's going on and why we're doing what we're doing.
That's, you know, you can always have, in committees, the committee can approve a subcommittee to work within the committee on several different functions. Just like the Parks and Rec Committee, I mean, there's a subcommittee there of, you know, the Christmas decorations. You can also look at the combined committees. So, yeah, I do believe we need to look at what the functions are and who's going to do what, and who's going to partner with who. Is it 83?
It's 88. I missed
Oh.
appearance commission. You're correct.
Oh, I thought it was right.
Yeah, I was
Wasn't
missing a
sure.
number. Yep.
Missing that one. It's 88, yeah. But every one of these committees provides a lot of function for our community. And it's also community engagement, community involvement by the citizens of our community. All right, so, anything else? We're good? Operations. The big chunk.
All right, this is our last section. What we're gonna do is just go through, and you've got copies in your book, back from the presentation of the original priorities meeting in January, what each department, kind of wanted more than what they got, in this current year. And what I want the council to realize is these are things that, not everything, as Jerry Legg mentioned earlier, is a need. A lot of these are wants. Some of them are definitely needs, but each department does need more next year than what they have in their current budget this year. And I know we didn't really want to go into property taxes today, but in order for operations to increase, there has to be a revenue to go along with that. So just keep that in mind when we're talking about these. Nothing has to be approved tonight. It's just letting you know, here are some things that you're possibly going to see in the requests for the upcoming budget for next year that, that the departments need in order to grow and, expand services and do a better job for the citizens of Hope Mills.
Drew, as we go through, do you have, I noticed when we look through here, do you have dollar amounts to go with some of these?
No, they will be part of the budget. Like I said, some of these, aren't, like I said, we don't have estimates yet.
Okay.
But these are just things to remind you that you probably will be seeing in next year's request. Now, before you get it, the manager and I will be going through this and meeting with each department head to get it to a balanced budget before you ever receive it. So some of these may not make it through that process, but some of them will. And in doing so, there'll be associated revenues in order to cover that. So if the revenues don't increase, then pretty much none of these get funded for next year's budget. And pretty much everybody has the same budget they had this year.
Okay. So you want to go through each department? Is that how you want to handle it?
We'll go through each department and, in addition to what's here, if there are additional things that they want to discuss from an operational standpoint, again, as you said, this is really more just to let you guys know that in the proposed budget, we're going to include some operational things, that we feel that allow us to, as we continue to expand this town, we need to expand the services that we provide to our citizens. And so these are the operational things that we think will allow us to do that. I'll start off with our administration. And so, ironically, some of the things on here we've already done. Legal review won't be something we'll pursue. There was a moment, if you recall, we were having a discussion about another polling site. I think we elected not to move forward with that. We will probably put in the budget increase travel and training, things of that nature. The grant services, I think, is still yielding dividends. We probably won't be asking for an additional staff person. We'll just continue with what we have. For your staggered terms that require money, that's just a decision on the board. Ironically, granting, we just took care of that with the Dennis Quaid TV show. But in terms of town hall, you have on here a town hall expansion, and we actually have a committee that we're exploring that with, but I do have cost estimates in my possession for the full upgrade of the boardroom, a total of $44,000. See, I'll wrestle through to see if I can get this before, July 1, but this is the full upgrade of the boardroom. If you recall, we did the audio with the microphones. And if you recall, if you look, when you are actually turning on your mic, there are two buttons to your right. That's a yes and no vote. So this upgrade includes getting rid of that projector system we have and putting a 96-inch monitor that will go where that projector screen will be. If you recall, on Monday, Ronald Reagan had to get up and turn the laptop on and turn it off. This new system will allow me and Ashley to operate the screen from where we're sitting. What it also does, it puts a second camera, 2 cameras inside the boardroom, and it completely enhances the actual visual experience for everyone looking at our videos from live stream. Because of this new digitized TV, when you're watching the live stream at home, now you can't see the presentations. This new system will have a picture-in-picture system where the actual presentation shows up in visual format on the screen, but when you're also voting, the person at home can now see yes vote, no vote, or whatever, when you're actually pressing the button on your microphone. It also allows you with the second camera, if I'm talking to you and we're engaging each other, I'm on the screen now and you're on the screen as well. That is one half. Phase 1 was the upgrade with the microphones. This is the second phase, which is the full upgrade of our entire boardroom that brings us into the 20th century. Stopping the cars with our feet for a while. But this is something that I think came in a little bit below what I thought. It is something that I want to put in the budget for operations, but I'm trying to figure out how to get this done before the end of this year. That will conclude with the ask of the operational option administration.
Are we looking at are we looking at legal review, 10,000?
Those are things, I wouldn't consider that something that, we just include. Some of the things you'll see too is just stuff we include in the budget. It's not something that I would think would be something that we would need to discuss in here, but we are still talking about the legal review stuff as well.
Okay, so we're not talking, and we're also not talking about a grants administrator.
No, I do think that the grants administrator position would be when we got to a point where we feel like this grant program is becoming more cost prohibitive than a position would. A grants position, that's about $70,000 a year.
Yep.
We're still on just $60,000 invested in the program, with about $6.6 million in grant submissions. So I do think the additional 30 for the next fiscal year will still be worth that as opposed to asking for a full-time position.
Well, yeah, and then Ashley will have some recommendations for us too. Ashley Anderson, about probably what to look at going forward in the strategic plan.
Yes, but I feel that it's a little bit more fiscally responsible to not ask for a position and then continue in that trajectory we work for.
All right, training and travel budget for the board and for admin. Course grant services. Branding, we just started that, and then we're looking at 44 for the boardroom, and that may be included in this year, we just don't know.
Yeah.
If we can make it.
Is that it for admin?
Yes, that's it.
All right. Wait a minute.
I would just like the board to know that, and everybody else, if, with the elections being in odd years, it will cost us a substantial amount of money to bring another voting site or early voting site into Hope Mills. But ever in the future, if you are ever moved to 4-year terms, it will be and you can put yourself in the same cycle as the election cycle, the presidential election cycle, which usually brings more people to the polls, and then you have your early voting site, and you don't have to pay for them if you do it that way.
That's a really good point.
Okay, Commissioner Kramer has a comment.
I was at the Board of Elections on Wednesday, and Angie, the director down there, asked me about, were we considering having a site and an early voting site. She said we could not hold one at the Parks and Recreation because it isn't a secure site, because it has to have the secure lines and this type of thing that the Parks and Recreation doesn't have it, with computers and that type of thing. And she said it would cost us $30,000. And I asked her, I said, well, what is your recommendation? She said, I'd recommend y'all just keep using the other sites and not have, not to have one in Hope Mills. So I just thought I'd share that with you, that's what they said.
But isn't Parks and Rec used on the
Yes.
day of the general election?
They contradict themselves.
It's a contradiction, isn't it?
But that's what I was told.
But if we go back to what Mayor Pro Tem just said, I think in remedy to actually get more voting turnout at a cheaper expense would be to move to general election. But that's a pleasure for it.
I will, for some reason, this seems to be a controversial topic. I don't know why. I really don't. Because the conferences that I've attended this year, especially this last one, which was Mayor's Conference, more and more municipalities are looking at saving money by going to changing their election site. In fact, some of them, there's a couple that's even extending terms because of major projects, major funding projects that are going on in communities that the public would like to see, the citizens would like to see the same folks involved from the beginning all the way through to the end. And when I hear all this from other mayors, other municipalities, I think to myself, why isn't this something that we should consider? Why should we, if it was working for other municipalities, why or what's preventing it, at least having a discussion about it working here? Why is it so controversial?
Don't think you have to do, you have to change the charter. The town charter says when we will have it. And in order to do that, we've got to submit it to the Senate, and it has to be ratified and all that. And that usually takes 5 or 6 months. So if you're gonna do it, we need to start on it now, if we want to do it like for 2 years or whatever.
Well, I think if you're talking about changing to a general election to even years, that's a different conversation. We're talking about doing 4-year terms. We have the authority to do that right now, like today. Because they have already changed the legislation to allow that to happen. If you look at Spring Lake, they not only changed for Alderman, they changed the city council, and they changed the 4-year staggered terms. I personally have not been able to find an argument of any kind against changing. It's just something that's a dicey conversation, but I haven't been able to hear a legitimate argument on why we should remain at 2. We have Ashley here, we're talking about a 10-year, 5-year, 10-year strategic plan. I was speaking the other day, the 10-year portion of the strategic plan, this board can overhaul 5 separate times during that period. And so I think it's worth having a conversation of at least putting pen to paper on the pros and cons of remaining 2 years versus going 4 years, to at least have the conversation when Commissioner Scarola was about to speak, and Mayor Pro Tem and I have gone to conferences. It's almost a running joke when we're trying to find how many at the League of Cities, which is 2,000 municipalities. It's hard to find municipalities that actually still have 2 years staggered. I'm from Waco, North Carolina, the smallest place on earth. population is 800 people. They have 4-year staggered terms.
So I had researched a little bit on this because I was curious of how many other municipalities in North Carolina and how they break down. And the stats I got from the UNC School of Government is a little outdated, and they haven't updated it on their website. But the majority of the municipalities that use 2-year terms are from 500 citizens to about, see, 5,000. It's smaller municipalities that use the 2-year terms. A good majority do 4-year staggered terms. Because like this, and again, the information is a little bit outdated, but of all these municipalities, there's 162 do 2-year terms, 345 do 4-year staggered terms, and then some do the non-staggered. So, and you know, it was, I guess, fine for smaller numbers, for smaller municipalities, for those that don't have people to run for office. But when we have 18,000 people that, I mean, just the previous election year, we had how many? 13 people run for commissioner. So we have the people that are willing to run for office. So it's not an issue of getting people in office, whereas, you know, areas like Godwin, where what, they have 200 people. So it would make sense that they would have 2-year terms just to make sure they have the people to run. So that's my 2 cents.
Let's not forget that it was put on the ballot, and it was voted down by the citizens of the town not to have 4-year staggered terms.
What year was that?
4 years ago. No, it wasn't 4 years ago. It was before I ran. It was 2017, I think it was. So I would like to say I was one of the people that didn't vote for the 4-year staggered terms. But like I said, I've been educated more since then. We just ran for office, and sometimes it's time to file for office again in July. There's a lot of big projects that's coming up that I would like to see through with you all, but I'm not running again. So I'm not speaking for myself. But if I were to run again this year, it would be my 5th time, because the first time I ran, I lost. So it'd be my 5th time in 10 years. How many years? 10 running for office, and I spend a lot of money on my campaign. I raise a lot of money. I run a hard campaign. So for me, that's just too much. And again, I would like to see some of these big projects through with you all, but I won't. So I'm just saying, and again, it's not for myself. So if you want to put it out there on the ballot, or you want to re-educate the citizens again, it could be time to do that. Again, I was one of those people that did not vote for it. Then now I've been educated more, I've been in this position longer, and it's hard. And I know for this board, they have a lot of hard decisions to make, and I can tell you with it being an election season, they probably won't make some of the choices that they want to make because they're being threatened to be voted out. So it's just, you know, anybody that's been through it is really stressful. There's a lot of hard decisions that can be made, but people are not going to make them because it's election season, and that's really not what we're supposed to be doing anyway. But if you want to get reelected, sometimes people won't make the decisions that they really think is best because they're being threatened to be moved out of position because they're trying to make the hard decisions. So with everything else that we're trying to do with Hope Mills, we can stay with the status quo and do it the way that it's always been done, or we can change it up.
I want to say also, when you talk about bonds, when you and I first started people bond council, the stability of the manager position, the terms actually are factored into bonding conversations. From a policy perspective, I do think that the 4-year staggered terms is a policy initiative. If we're talking about voters, my position on that is that the voters elect the officials to set policy. I do not think that the general public sets policy. I think the elected officials set policy. And the voting body determines who is put in office to do that policy initiative.
As Chancellor just mentioned for bonding, which at some point in the future we will do bonds. we'll need to do bonds for some of these major projects that are coming up. And when you do bonds, you have to have a rating. Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch is the county rating. And Ashley went to the conference that was held last month, and they gave an update on one of the things that they're looking for in the new rating standards.
Drew asked me to speak on the rating metric changes. In addition to strategic planning, I also have an active public finance practice, so I have some background for how this works. Historically, they've looked more at what I would call paper metrics, you know, how are y'all performing on paper? Now they are looking at institutional metrics. They're putting a higher focus on it than they did before. One rating agency in particular even has sort of a checkbox where if you don't pass their like institutional checkpoints, meaning do you have consistency in administration? Have you kept a manager for more than 2 years? Things like that matter. It's not just what are your financials like, can you pay the money back? Are you going to see the project through? I could see a situation in a 2-year term turnover where you proceed with a public finance project, but then you have a different council when it's time to sign the documents and you don't. And that's a problem.
Yep, it is. And let me tell you, when you go to these conferences, you hear that that's a problem. Because there's been a tremendous amount of investment by one board to, with public support, to pursue the project for a new council to come in and derail it because it's personal. National League of Cities Conference in Tampa, I heard it there. The Mayor's Conference in Wilmington, I heard it there. This last one, I was just in Cary, I heard it there, and I will hear it again in Greenville at the end of April at the League of Municipalities State Conference. I will hear the very same thing again. And it's all one word, and it's not personal, it's called consistency. And it saves municipalities money. But for some reason, in this community, it's controversial. I don't know. The other thing is, there's two things here of discussion, we'll move on. One of them is the 4-year staggered terms. The other one is moving the election to even years. And we can do both, or we can do one, or do none. But a lot of municipalities are moving to even years. And why? Just what Mayor Pro Tem Dr. McCray said. If you move to even years, it's not going to cost you anything to have as many polling places as you want. So if that is something this board wants to look at doing, moving to even years, of course, that's going to change the charter. Probably going to require a public hearing too, but public input. We wouldn't do that without public input. But it is an opportunity for us to look and to get away from exactly what Dr. McCray is talking about, status quo. I go to these meetings and I hear this consistently from other municipalities that are in the very same position we're in. And you know what leadership is about? It's about courage. That's what it's about. And I think and somewhere along the line, we're going to have the courage to make some decisions. And this may be one of them along with the staggered terms. But that's just my take, and I think we've talked about this a great deal. We'll move on. The next.
Human resources.
Who's next?
HR.
HR.
All right. Oh, yeah, I'm going the wrong way. HR is next.
The thing was meant to be.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the same things at the last meeting. I have 3 priorities for my department. I would say for identifying needs and wants, the first 3 are absolute needs. That would be an HR software system to centralize all of our employee data. And the second is an addition of an employee. Because myself and my HR specialist right now are so far in the weeds that we can't get anything done to make corrections or to fix things or update compliance. We're just so caught up in the day-to-day right now, it's impossible to do anything else.
the need, those are the needs. The want is technology. I would love to, improve our training, and I have requested a quote for some, training laptops, for onboarding and for just townwide training in general.
Okay, yeah, these are the same three that were presented, in the department head meeting.
And again, there's no decisions need to be made today, but these are some things that you'll see as an increase in their budget request from last year.
Okay. Nothing to add, Leanne, this is it?
Yeah, that's it. Those are the needs.
All right, next,
Planning.
planning and community, development priorities, okay?
Lake HR, planning and community development needs and wants are the same. That is, I would say wants would be the staff part, adding additional staff. Probably the earliest need for the staff would be for code enforcement versus the additional planner. And with that would come the need for a new vehicle. Still need training, and I would really, and the software, as I mentioned at the priority center, the software would help streamline the cases that code enforcement officers are doing in filing systems, file retention, file organization, help them with utilizing their investigations better. And then I did find it's the same company. I found the software for planning and development as well. So it would be a package deal. But the proposal that I've been given, if I'm reading it right, the total for the first year, which is including installation and training, is $12,000, and then it's, if I'm reading this right again, $9,500 for the following year, $9,880 the year after. It goes up, I believe it's a 3% increase each year, and that includes a mobile app for the code enforcement officers to use while out. And we already did verify with the company that this program does work well with the Cumberland County GIS system. And they build the programs according to what we need. So my understanding is they can interact with our website, so people can come on and do applications for what I'm doing and what code enforcement is doing through our website with this program. I believe that's everything for the most part. If you have any questions.
That's all for code enforcement?
Code enforcement and planning.
One person and a vehicle, training and software. Is that right?
Yes. I would desire to have an additional planner, but the need would be closer to the code enforcement officer first.
Did we fill the existing planner position?
Yes, but they don't start until next month, so a couple of weeks from now.
Okay.
And I'm getting ready to list another position for code enforcement.
Okay. All right. Person, vehicle, training, software. We'll back up, Leanne, make sure I got you right. Yours is software, one person, and some laptops. Okay. Any questions from the board before we move on? Everybody good? Inspection.
Pretty much what we talked about before in January. I'm needing to replace a 2004 F-150 truck we have. We're trying not to spend any more money on it because it's getting to the point where the juice isn't worth the squeeze anymore on that vehicle. It's not fuel efficient. It's just not efficient for the department. I have three specific line item increases we talked about before. Department supplies, I'd like to move $4,000 to $6,000 for the simple fact that we're just processing more permits and more paper, more time, more ink, that kind of thing that comes into play. increase the travel and training line item from 13,005 to 14,000. The state, as of January 1 this year, the state has come out with new qualifications for inspectors. And it's more than what it has been. The inspectors I have on board right now, they're be classified as legend inspectors. So they fall under the old part of the old testing, old qualifications. Anybody I hire new, it's like twice, they've got to do twice everything that we do now. So, yeah, so it requires more money, more training, more comedy classes, that type of thing. And the last thing I would ask for, just decrease our maintenance and repair vehicle items from 2,000 to 3,500. The simple fact that the 3 vehicles we do have, they are newer vehicles. They range from a 2020 to a 2022. However, they're not warranted anymore. So we maintain the oil and what have you, but in case there's any major repairs on that. But that's all I'm asking for this year.
Kenny, I know we probably asked this before, but how many miles is on that 2010 Ford?
There's not many, Mayor. I want to say around 60, 65 is the hard miles. I mean, it's they're
More
town
age
miles.
than miles.
Yeah, those angles sometimes it's not the age of the miles, but that's kind of where we're at, because in inspections we're stopping and going. It's not like police officers stop, go, you wear them out. And I put it this way: the 4-wheel drive on it don't even work. So in this particular job sites we can't even put that truck on because we'll get stuck. Okay.
So it sounds like to me these are Don miles or maybe Bruce miles.
Yeah, they're rough miles.
I would say they're Beth miles.
Well, actually, the first one, 30,000
It is
was put
on-
on, that was my stormwater
It
truck.
was the
Yeah,
old
we
stormwater
heard that truck was stormwater, so it's got some miles on it. It's just hard miles. Yeah.
It's got a few wrinkles.
And to get the 4-wheel drive fixed on it, it's gonna be like $4,000. And that's kind of throwing good money to bad money at this point for that vehicle.
You know, it's like the line on your face. There's a story about how it got there. Yeah. So now we know why the 4-wheel drive doesn't work. First 30,000 took it out. All right. So the vehicle and then these additional line items increase, all that comes up to 4,000. So that's what I'm looking at.
Pretty much, yes, sir. I mean, I figure on the vehicle, we're probably on $35,000 or less. Because once we buy it, we have to upfit it from special, put lights on it and all the stickers.
But you need a straight 150 truck, just
Well, I plan on replacing it with a mid-size SUV all-wheel drive like we have now. We don't need pickup trucks.
don't need pickup, okay.
No, sir. We need something that is good on mileage and we can have this all-wheel drive that we can get in and out of these job sites.
Yeah.
That, you'll see most municipalities, a lot of municipalities these days in the inspection department are going to these mid-size SUVs and fuel efficiency. Pickup trucks, they just don't need them anymore.
That's good to hear, Kenny, because, you know, Beth, she needs pickup trucks, so she's not gonna come back and take it from you.
That's all I have.
All right. Any comments from the board? Everybody good? All right, who's next?
Fire department.
All right.
A lot of ours are just like the priorities meeting that we had in July. Grants we put in, we're still waiting to hear words from, which was the Canada Foundation, the Gary Sinise, and the AFG grant. We have not heard from them yet. Substations, much like you were presented in January, we're working on a 25-year-old plan that we still need to continue to improve on. The equipment, obviously you know about the washers and dryers and air compressors that are dated, that were never replaced with the new building that they should have been. 2 new vehicles for the command staff that are, we have a 2005 that we're looking to replace with the grant. Hopefully we'll hear back next week. And then my vehicle, which is currently at 105,000 miles. The training, we are required by the state with ISO that we just have to continue to improve our training. We're required 240 hours per person, and it's becoming harder and harder with the call volume that we have. So we've asked to implement a online training program to help subsidize some of that free time that we have for people on their off time. And then the staffing, we've asked for an additional fire marshal this year to help try to keep up with the inspections that we have to keep up with. Currently, we're at 110 inspections behind just because we don't have the manpower to keep up with it. Any questions?
I got the first two, on the equipment, you need 2 vehicles, right?
Sorry, Leanne was reminding me. As of hopefully by next pay period, all fire vacancies will be filled. We should be hired 7 coming in, which will put everybody up to 11 per shift.
I cannot remember the last time, and maybe Commissioner Marley may remember the last time that firehouse was fully staffed. When was it? Never. That's what I thought.
And that includes the frozen position.
That doesn't include the first.
Yes.
It does include,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
fully staffed. So you need 2 vehicles,
Yes.
and who are these vehicles for?
One is for the assistant fire marshal currently, and then the replacement of mine.
Okay. And then you need another fire marshal.
Correct. And that would include the staff and the vehicle for him.
So that would be 3 vehicles.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I want to make sure. All right. Yeah, so 1 additional fire marshal and another vehicle, and then 2 vehicles. Okay. All right.
He brought up about the washer and dryer. For some reason, that has bugged me ever since you told it. Is there not any way we can scrape up $12,000, isn't that what you told us before, to get a washer and dryer in there now?
That's,
Well, I'm gonna tell you how I feel about this. And it's just me. I would fix them before the 44,000 in the boardroom.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. I would fix them. You don't put junk in a new building.
Absolutely.
Does anybody ever, if you buy a new house, do you put old appliances in it? I'm gonna look around and see if anybody agrees with that. You don't. You just don't.
But see, that's why I go back to this committee. We don't bat an eye about spending $88,000, but we are going back and forth about a $12,000 dryer
Yeah.
that they need. Or that boardroom. The boardroom is outdated, the status quo. So I'm like, why don't we pull from some of this other stuff that's not really need, that are wants? This stuff is a need.
Absolutely.
So when I talked to Drew, I was bothered by those dryers too. And he and I had a side conversation. So when they told these numbers, I'm like 1997, my son is born in 1997. So I'm thinking like this dryer has been there through his lifespan. Not even in somebody's house in a fire department. So I'm just like, why would we have to take from the boardroom or not give him the dryer? Why would we take some more money out of this other stuff? Again, there are more wants than needs.
So I come back again. Those drivers need.
I agree, but here's the issue. Every department likes the money in their department. Every committee that you got that report, when you told them, here's what you spent, here's what's left. Every one of them, oh, well, we'll probably still spend that. So where am I supposed to take the money from? From here, take from Peter to give to Paul.
Oh, I got an idea.
I got a recommendation. We just
I
gave,
don't even have any money on
my recommendation, we just gave 88,000 of new money to committees. You pull that 12 from the unspent money, and that's within your budget, for those committees that have touched. You just gave $88,000 more dollars. I know you can pull 3 of them from this I looked at. What was the total unspent?
Did you total it?
I didn't know it was up, but I tell you.
It was about
There's
12,000.
4,700 in one.
In one account.
In one.
So you pull the unspent for this fiscal year in those committees, and you pull it.
There's your 4,700 at least out of one.
Both of mine are 4,600.
If y'all tell me to do it, I'll have the budget amendment at the meeting on the 17th.
Well, you said you had two. Well, the problem is now, the prime movers have two, the problem is now the prime movers they have two events coming up that they have to spend it on.
Right.
Arts and culture, not so much. Like I said, I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to get this mural set up. But, I mean, the Veterans Committee didn't spend their $5,000. Yeah.
I think it's more than the amount. I think you pull from the amounts of complete inactivity. And then like Mayor Patel said, you do have some committees that actually have some things they're paying for now. But you can start there and look for where you can shave that money off.
Yeah, like I may not spend all of the money out of arts and culture or prime movers, you know, so I'm like, if I don't spend that money, I don't know why we're sitting here going back and forth over $12,000 dryer, where our money is pretty much going, one of them is going on murals, the other one is going on events. And these people don't have a decent dryer.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
I don't explain all.
No. They need to get the dryer ASAP, because I can't walk downstairs right now and have them yank it out of here because it's not coated. We talked about this last time we had this. So it needs to come out ASAP, get something that's code compliant for it, for it.
I have a comment before I make a motion, but you know, I talked about fundraisers last time, and I'm telling you, it's an untapped, you know, fund balance. We got cops and we got firefighters, and we can make a calendar. I think it's a good idea. Why you guys give me a dirty look? That's okay. Anyways, I would buy a calendar. I'm sure we got some citizens that will buy calendars. I digress.
We can do it with the dogs.
We can do it with the dogs. There we go. And we do, Chief, you have your dog and your.
I'm thinking of $25,000 earlier. For the homeless.
Yeah, I had asked for arts and culture to have their money rolled over too. I'm not asking for that anymore. If we don't spend it, take it and do what you need to do with it.
Then you want me to make a motion
Yep.
for hers too?
Nope.
That's fine, okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we use the remaining balance from the VAC, which I believe is 4,700, and give that to the fire department towards their, what much needed dryer.
You get a washer and dryer?
Is it a washer or?
Washer, you ordered a double stack.
Yes.
Well, either way, give 4,700 from the Veterans Affairs Committee, so that was my motion.
You have a motion, we have a second. Anybody want to throw in more here? No?
If I have leftover money out of any of my committees, they will go towards that $12,000.
I think you can just include a motion, any unspent from committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that, and I'll tell you why, because you got, Appearance still wants to do some stuff, Parks and Rec wants to do
It's
some
not easy,
stuff.
is it?
Okay, and then HPC wants to do some stuff, so if you blanket a motion, then you take all that away. We'll start with what we've got here and then work forward and see what we can come up with. All in favor? Seeing none opposed? Robbie, you got some of it. You got some seed money.
We appreciate it.
You got 4,700 seed money. No,
I got a good
I'm gonna tell you, I was kind of looking for some contribution from fellow departments. Maybe it will come as we continue on. I was looking for some, I mean, I really was. I thought maybe some of our department heads would ante up here and make up the difference. I don't know.
I just want to add something. This washing machine dryer, I mean, it's part of firefighter, health initiative, cancer initiative that's going on. Every day firefighters are coming down with cancer now. And These guys, when they go to a fire, when they get back, that's why they have to have 2 sets of training gear, 2 hoods, 2 everything. Because when they come back from a fire call, that stuff has to go in a wash machine, has to be washed, has to be dried. We're talking about the health and wellness of our, not only our firefighters, our police officers, our inspectors, anybody that's out in the field stands a chance of contracting this stuff. But I don't understand, just like we said, we're looking at funding $80,000 for community. And don't take this the wrong way, and I'm gonna catch a lot of flack for this, but the town is not broke. If we can't take $12,000 out of the general fund and go ahead and purchase a washing machine and dryer, I'll put it in the motion, but this is firefighter health and safety. And with everything that's going on these days, we need to look out. We say we love our employees, but we need to look out for our employees. We talked about this, and so I'm gonna make a motion that we pull it.
I just pulled the quotes, that way we're talking proper numbers. No, 12,000 is what, it is $27,582.
Or $27,582. How about that? Let's do something for the employees, and I'll catch a lot of flack from it, but this town is not broke. And if we can't invest $27,500 for the health and safety of our firefighters and police officers, and whoever else in this town that needs to use that washing machine and dryer, it's unbelievable to me that we're sitting here even having this conversation. Why we didn't already pull that money out of the general fund and just buy it. So that, I'm making a motion that we add to the
23,000?
Yeah, however much it takes to make up the cost to go ahead and purchase the washing machine and dryer for the health and safety of our employees. I put that in the form of the motion, whatever the dollar amount is.
Can we still amend that motion to move the money to, still, I mean, I guess there might need to be a second motion. I still would say that the remaining money in the VAC committee, the Veterans Committee still needs to be moved back to the general fund, because that will still help contribute to the dollar amount. And I'm asking for, it needs to be separate motions, but I am going to ask for my Arts and Culture Committee, if we have unspent money for it to go back in the general fund. I'm not asking to carry my money over anymore.
The answer to your question is, they say they're in stock, so you have it within a month.
You have it in the month.
It's good to know. I don't think you can wait 3 years, like for your fire trucks. The motion we have, with the second, I think we got a second, right? Yeah, is to go ahead and authorize the purchase of the appliances that you need, I think totaling 27,000, with 4,700 being contributed from the Veterans Affairs Committee.
I think technically the motion is the reallocation of the VAC fund.
I think we've already had it.
Is all.
We did that one.
We voted on, that's already.
I've got 4,700 for Veterans Committee and fire equipment. Then I've got the amount 27,582. You've got a motion to go ahead and fund that out of the fund balance. And then I don't have a specific amount from the Cultural Arts Committee, but what we can do is you go ahead and authorize them to order it. I will have you a budget amendment at the meeting on the 17th to cover it.
Okay, all in favor?
That's
See
the
none
need.
opposed. See none
That's the
opposed.
need, not a want.
I can do mine.
You got it.
Mine's over here.
All right, moving on.
Bring my gym over there.
Go ahead and do that purchase order.
Today.
You have to approve it.
Hey, Robbie, are they gonna deliver and set that up?
Yes.
Okay, and then what type of warranty comes with that? I just have to ask these questions. I know we've already approved the motion.
3 years on all parts.
3 years, the parts and labor.
Yes.
Okay, it'll probably come with an extended warranty as well.
Yes, it has a 3-year all parts, 5 years on variants. Can't really read it for this disgruntled, so. roughly 3 years, 5 years on the variance for the pumpers.
What's the additional cost for that 5 years on variance?
That's all part of it.
That's all part of, okay, all right. All right,
Public Works is next.
all right, Don.
We need a dryer.
Well, I tell you, you got one over at the firehouse, you got one, you know, just like Beth gave up her truck, well, Robbie can give up his dryer.
You know, they say timing is everything. Sometimes it's great following all the departments that tell you that they need and have all these vehicle issues. The town has got, last count, over 110 vehicles that need to be maintained. Somebody has to manage the fleet. Every department has got vehicles, and there are oil changes, tire changes, inspections, all that stuff has to be managed. And it is quickly getting to the point that it's not reasonable for every department to try to track their own stuff, especially when it comes to it. And when it comes to our department, because we have a service garage, we have asked for the past couple of years, but it is now getting more and more. The town needs a fleet manager. So that's my ask for additional personnel. You know, the rest of the stuff stays the same, but I would like to remind you of just a couple months earlier, when you see I'm asking for that F-350, that we had crews out when everybody else was at home, plowing, salting, and sanding our roads, and those are the vehicles we need to do that. And one of them was literally bubble gum and baling wire, keeping it together so we could keep it on the road. So we need to have it replaced. And the rest that's pretty much pat. We did get an additional tasking to do the government complex master plan. We started that with our mass brainstorming session with the group, starting with the individual departments for details. And chance will be the last one. We can look at sending out I don't know if we need to do an RFQ, because it'll be an update to the existing master plan that we do have to put into y'all's loving and caring hands. That's going to cost us a little bit as well.
Ron, it sounds like you've been driving my truck, got them wired together.
Don, your main needs a fleet manager, right?
Yes, sir.
And then a vehicle.
Yes, sir.
So this fleet manager will have another, people require a vehicle?
We will make do for right now, because typically you have a fleet manager is more of an office weenie.
We don't have any of those. Like, I gotta use that. Yeah.
Where would you take that?
We'll have to start rolling around Evansville looking for these ones. Anyway, getting serious back. A fleet manager and a truck replacement, right?
Yes, sir, and we did have the other things in it. You know, we're replacing the mosquito machine.
Yeah.
To keep that program going, and you know, they don't change. Our stuff is really, when we talk about operations, our stuff is solely 100% operational. And everything we do takes care of the town.
All right. Over on the operational page, it looks like rekey town hall, log boom, bridge repair, drains, I see all that. Okay. All right, before we get into police, let's take a 5. I think it's a pretty good time to do that. If you'll pause us, actually, we're going
Okay, we're back for the seventh inning stretch if you're into baseball. We've got a few departments left. We'll kick off with police, stormwater, and then we'll close with Parks and Rec. Commissioner Legg has left the building to his doctor's appointment, so he is not here, and I don't believe he'll be back today. So, Chief, it's all you.
Yes, sir. So one of the things I don't see here is, but I think we addressed this when we did the public tour of the building, is space. We've outgrown our building already, as you saw during the tour, and as the media saw. So whether it is renting a spot until a more permanent solution can be addressed or what, but that's something that we still need to look at. The three other things here are, as Mr. Lake said, are not wants, they're needs. We'll go backwards. So the Gray Key Axiom software program, as you can, might be able to tell, with technology, a majority of our investigations, a good portion of our investigations contain either cell phones or computers. And right now we do not have the ability to access the information in those devices. So when we get search warrants to do that, we have to send them out either to the SDI or to Fayetteville. And because they are, and rightfully so, prioritize their cases over ours, it could take months and months to get them back, which prohibit us from continuing investigations. We currently have a couple significant investigations that we're waiting to get those devices back from, but there's no ETA and when that might be. So before we can proceed with these investigations, we have to wait to get those devices back. This software and hardware will give us the ability to access the data out of those devices right here on site, which we can do in a day, as opposed to waiting 6 or 8 months to get them back. So, and as things continue, as time continues, there's no end in sight on cell phones. Almost everybody has a cell phone. Everybody's got a computer. They're using them, especially cell phones, communicating back and forth when they're committing these offenses. And the need for these programs are going to continue to grow. Vehicles, we haven't, being that we hired those officers, the SROs and the CSOs, crime scene unit officers, we haven't been able to get to the point where our vehicle fleet is where it needs to be. We still have vehicles with well over 100,000 miles on the road. And unfortunately, we just lost another one as somebody blew a red light and T-boned one of my detectives here today and sent her to the hospital. She's doing okay, but the car has been totaled. So we're down another vehicle, and that just occurred about an hour ago. So she's fine, but she's getting some testing. But our vehicle blew a red light and totaled our car and hurt our officer just about an hour ago. So vehicles are definitely something that we need. And additional officers. These officers, we're big enough now where this building needs to be open 24 hours a day. And right now, for those who don't know, if you come here after 5 p.m., you have to go into the in between the two doors, pick up a phone and call the county, and which will dispatch an officer as if you were at your home requesting an officer to occur. So when people come here thinking that they found a place of safety or to be able to get addressed by an officer right away, a lot of times they're disappointed in that they're picking up a phone and waiting for dispatch, and depending where our officers are and how busy we are on the road, that could take anywhere from a few minutes to a decent amount of time. We're big enough where when somebody walks in those doors, they should be met with a live police officer that can aid them in any way that they need. Having the building open 24 hours a day will also enable people who need copies of reports or other assistance, even being fingerprinted, Where now, they might have to take off of work during the day to come and do that, they'll be able to get those services, after work, which is a convenience we can offer to our citizens. We also need to add, we're in the process, and I assume, this will be done, we're expecting by the end of April, where we're gonna have that, those shelves moved out of the back of the records unit there and have the, screens, put up so that we can monitor all of the town's cameras, as well as our license plate readers and, our Fusus cameras, which we give to schools and churches, which give us access, live access to their surveillance video in case there's a 911 call at their establishment. So instead of officers, God forbid, responding to a church or school for an incident and have to wait to see what's going on, the feed will be sent right to their car computers, so they'll be able to get real-time information responding to that call, which is advantageous, and that saving of time could save lives depending on what the situation is. The additional officers we're requesting will also be used solely to staff patrol. Right now, we're slated to have a sergeant and 5 officers on the road, on a squad. These additional officers will allow us to have the lieutenant, which will be the station house commander, that will be here when somebody walks in and looks for assistance, a sergeant and 6 officers. And although that could sound like a lot, every day we have you have a question now, sir?
The amount of people to operate 24 hours a day?
7.
Oh, that's what I thought, 7. So we close at 1700, which is 5.
Correct.
So from 5 to, when does it open? When do you traditionally open in the morning?
About 8 a.m.
At 8. So it's going to take 7 officers to cover after 5 to 8 a.m.
Well, it's gonna add that lieutenants inside, right, and then it's gonna add an additional officer to each one of the patrol squads. And that's important because right now, we only have 5, and that doesn't entail somebody being off. There's always somebody off on FMLA or out injured or out sick or on vacation, so that automatically reduces that number. If one of our officers or 2 of our officers, a lot of times we have multiple officers that make arrests and bring their prisoners to the jail, and they're tied up there for hours, which prohibits them from being available for calls. So this will give it, and it limits the ability for us to complete the training that we need our officers to receive, because you can't send officers to training if you're short-staffed on the road. And as we've all agreed upon in the past, training is necessary. It reduces liability. It keeps our officers up to date on current case law and techniques. So this will enable us to be able to send officers to training more frequently and give them the training that they need. It will help us when we have 2 or 3 officers tied up for hours upon hours at the jail. And it will give us the ability to still staff a shift without hiring overtime if we have an officer that's out sick or on vacation, or, we have to give our officers the ability to take their time, or, we have a couple officers right now that just had babies that are out on FMLA for extended periods of time, so we need to be able to staff shifts. And we haven't changed our staffing level in over 10 years. And I know you can say that we hired those additional SROs and crime scene units, but that has nothing to do with staffing patrol shifts. We need to, the town's grown exponentially over that time, and we need to add some officers to the patrol division in order to keep up with the volume of calls. As the town grows, not only in our residential population, as we continue to grow commercially and bring businesses to town, that increases the amount of visitors that we have every day as well. And we have to be able to provide services to them. Traffic accidents go out with traffic volume, calls for service go up. We need the ability to send officers to respond to those calls, handle traffic accidents, and keep up with you know, as the commercial businesses come, shoplifting calls go up, I mean, we need officers to be able to respond. And we haven't increased that level and from what I'm told, I've only been here 3, so I'm relying on historical data from officers that have been here longer than me. We haven't increased our patrol, manpower in, over 10 years. That's the 3 needs that we have.
Hold on 1 minute, I can get right to it.
I should add, so the vehicles we're requesting now, there's, well, now 5 or so, the one that was just total, that just keeps us in business. If we hire those additional officers that we need, then we're gonna need to, you know, obviously order more vehicles as well.
Representative Francis Jackson just sent me a screenshot. The local bill from the floor is House number 326. Right here. 326? H 326. Funds for Hope Mills capital projects for the 2025-2026 session. That's the top piece of it. You go into the House bill, you pull that up, you'll see the whole entire narrative. So it's done, it's there. I didn't mean to interrupt here at all. I just got this from her and I'm excited, she's excited as well. And I'm gonna tell you, we haven't had this in the past. We haven't. We really, really haven't. So I'm very excited. Anyway, back to this. So let me focus on the office. How many folks you need in the office between 5 and 8? 1 lieutenant? And
yeah, there's four squads. So
I'm just looking at this, just the office.
And yeah, that's what I'm explaining. So 2 of the officers that we're requesting will add 2 additional lieutenant spots. 1 lieutenant will be on each patrol squad because we have 4. Okay. And therefore, every squad that works, there'll be a lieutenant inside the building, correct?
So that's going to be 4 lieutenants?
No, we have 2 already.
Okay.
But each lieutenant right now is in charge of 2 squads, so that doesn't give them the ability to work 24 hours, obviously. So the 2 additional lieutenants, there'll be a lieutenant assigned to each squad. 4 squads, 4 lieutenants. But so 2 out of the 7 officers we're requesting will be to you know, for 2 lieutenants positions.
And then the rest of the other 5 are just officers.
Correct. Actually, all 7 will be officers because we'll promote somebody that we have. We're just backfilling those spots. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is this going to require 7 vehicles?
Yep. In addition to the ones that we need just to keep going. Because like I said, we have many of our vehicles, for not having an adequate replacement plan for a while, we're just catching up. Those vehicles we have right now is just to keep us in business. So we'll need these vehicles that we're asking for, the 4 or 5 to get rid of the cars that have over 120,000 miles on them now, plus 7 additional vehicles on top of that. Yes, sir. But they're leased, that's not purchased.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
7 officers, 7 leased vehicles.
That's correct.
Then, of course, we're already looking at the additional space. I think we have some discussion about that. Commissioner Small, go ahead.
Thank you. So I was trying to look up about the Gray Key and Axiom software. I seen on Google what Gray Key was costing. I couldn't find Axiom. Do you have a price for them?
The total is, yes, total is $42,848, but that's recurring.
And that's, are you counting for both of those softwares?
Yes.
Okay. And that's yearly reoccurring?
Correct.
Okay.
42 per year?
Yes. Okay. That was my only question.
And you're not using any of this now, right, Chief?
No, we don't have any of this right now. So we farm out the you know, thankfully Fayetteville and the SBI have been nice enough to do that, but, you know, our demand is growing, so we're sending more of our stuff there, and they have to prioritize their cases over ours. So something that we can get back, if we had our own stuff, we can get it back in a day, we can do it right at a desk, or we might not get stuff back for 6 to 8 months.
Right, but it's actually it's 42,000 per year, okay.
Correct.
And that's the service, all right.
So I can explain what that is a little bit. So, you know, every cell phone, as you know, if you have one, has a password, right? And there's, you know, multiple carriers. There's, you know, iPhones, Droids, Androids, right? All of the Samsungs. So this gives us the ability, once we get a search warrant, to, if we don't have passwords to get in, this gives us the ability to access those devices and obtain the data that we need for the investigation.
Chief, I want to come back to the 24-hour-a-day operation.
Yes, sir.
So the 7 officers and the 7 vehicles is just dedicated to opening up the police station after 5.
And adding one additional officer for each patrol squad, yes. Correct.
So what else do you need outside of that?
For officers?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it will be, we'll have to, you know, obviously provide them with uniforms and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I got that, that's package. Okay, so that will take care of your vehicles and personnel requests.
In addition to the other vehicles that we're requesting, the 4 or 5. That's so we can get rid of vehicles that have 120,000 miles on them.
That's where I'm going. So
Yes, sir.
We have an annual rotation of police vehicles.
Yeah.
And that's 5 for next year?
Yes.
That's 12 vehicles.
Least.
Yes, leased. Nice customer for Enterprise, I tell you.
They love it.
Yeah.
You know what, though, I'll tell you what, we would be, and if we didn't partner with them, you know, because what we do, we get a finished product out of them, you know, so they order the computers for the cars, the flashlights, you know, the radars.
The whole package.
Whole package, they letter them, you know, they handle all of that. But if we didn't lease and we were forced to purchase cars, we would obviously be able to purchase a heck of a lot less than we could lease for the same price. We would never catch up. We would be years away. We would never fix this problem. We'd be overspending tons of money on vehicle maintenance, which our vehicle maintenance costs are going down. Obviously, the newer the vehicle, the less maintenance they require, and a lot of the maintenance is covered under warranty for any big thing. So, you know, we're reducing our maintenance costs. But if we had to buy these, we would never be able to do that, because you'd only be able to get 2 or 3 a year, and it would take forever to try to get, you know, where it needs to be.
That brings me back to a question to Don about fleet maintenance. You guys don't take care of any of his? Yes. And what services do you guys provide?
Just do standard maintenance, oil, tires, all that stuff.
Okay.
We take care of it.
Okay, regardless of the lease from Enterprise.
And Public Works, well, Public Works handles a lot of the things that Don just mentioned. But any significant repairs, we have to send out. The other good thing about contracting with Enterprise is they negotiate discounts for those repairs. So they shop around, look for the repair shops that are going to give it a better deal to fix whatever the problem is, and then they negotiate the price with them, which saves us money for those repairs as well.
And Robbie, you guys contract out for your vehicles. How much maintenance do you provide, Don, to his vehicles?
We're starting to get more of their general purpose vehicles. We don't touch the engines. That's a specialty.
Okay. And you guys contract out for that?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify, so what you're saying, Chief, is in order to go to the 24 hours, keeping the police department at 24 hours, right now you got 6 people per shift, correct? On the road.
Yes,
So you need one more officer per shift for that lieutenant to sit in the office up there at night, at night.
so yes, we would be adding, so right now we have four patrol squads, we only have 2 lieutenants.
So you would need 4 people. If you had 4 more officers, you could potentially go.
No, we would need, we would need, well, to open up right now, we would, to just open up 24/7 and have lieutenants sitting in there, then technically you would only need 2. But the problem is we're very short, we haven't increased our patrol staff.
2 lieutenants? Okay.
Right, but we have not increased our patrol staffing in over 10 years. So there are times where there's 2 officers available for calls, which is, it's dangerous.
Now, so you got officers going to court every day, right?
Yeah, court, so like I said, we have multiple officers tied up with prisoners at the jail. We have to train our officers. Obviously, officers can take vacation and are out sick or FMLA. So we never work with that many officers.
So at a minimum, and this is a decision for the manager, I'm not making decisions, I'm just clarifying for me. So at a minimum, to open this building up 24 hours a day, which is a great service, I think, to the citizens of Hope Mills. Just for a simple fact, you said if somebody comes up here looking for an area of refuge, and, they get in that one door, there's no protection for them. And it's 2025, and I think it's time for us to be open 24, but at a minimum, how many would you need to do that?
I just want to be clear, because I can't split hairs here. So at a minimum, 2 officers, 2 lieutenants more could do that. But that does not help the dangerous level of staffing we have per squad because of things like officers needing training and stuff. So we need an additional officer per squad as well, because right now we pay overtime almost every shift to staff a shift. Almost every shift we're paying overtime, days or nights, because we don't have enough officers because of people in training or out sick or out on.
So that's 6.
6, correct, yes, sir. And one squad only has 4 officers right now, so that's where the 7 comes in. That would get every squad up, Commissioner, to a lieutenant, a sergeant, and 6 officers.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if this would go to you, Chancellor, maybe. So because of that, the vehicle that was wrecked, are we gonna be able to recoup some money, hopefully from insurance? Or?
It was one of our new ones, and we just had that incident. We just had that occasion where another one, not fault of our officers, we got a check from the insurance company, and we're actually picking up the vehicle Tuesday. Yeah, and we'd be able to do that. Yes.
Yeah, what happens with that is our insurance company has to look at it, they'll claim it a total loss, they'll take it. A few weeks later, we'll get a check, what they pay us back for that.
Mm-hmm.
That money then goes back to the police to replace that vehicle. But most of the time, it's not the exact amount of a new one, so we have to cover that difference. But whatever we get goes directly to the replacement of that vehicle.
So now the other guy that you're ever rebidding is their insurance.
Right, not our insurance, but we get paid for the vehicle.
So essentially, we're really, for definite, should have to take care of at least 4 vehicles. The 5th one, maybe a little extra, depending on the insurance payout and stuff like that.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Marley, for the probing question of clarification. And I say this sincerely, Chief, I truly do. One of the community priorities is to have that station open 24 hours a day. And I hear it all the time. And we hear it, that after 5, people come up, and that's what they get. They're looking for a live person. So back to Commissioner Marley's point, if we were to open it, say next week, it would take 2 lieutenants to open that up after 5 to 8 in the morning, minimum.
Yes.
Yes.
But that does nothing to address the lack of officers available for calls. I just need to be clear. That's probably just as important as opening the building up 24/7. Because when somebody's home, we have to have an officer to be able to send to.
And they would be in here by themselves?
The lieutenant?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Well, right now, there's nobody. You know.
Well, I know that.
Yeah, so, yeah, the lieutenant would be, once we finish that room there, that's where the lieutenant would sit, and watch the, somebody come right to that window and they'd be able to help them out, correct?
Okay, so, and that takes me to, I'm glad you brought that up, because my follow-up question here was, you're taking all those shelving units out of there,
Correct,
okay, and you're putting up the screens.
correct.
Okay, and those screens are in this year's budget?
We're using asset forfeiture, money we seize from drug dealers to pay for all of that.
All of it, yes.
And, you bring up a good point there too, because those additional officers would be necessary because, the lieutenant is gonna be in here, and he's gonna be in that room, right? So he's gonna be watching the screens, dealing with anybody that comes into the building, getting them the assistance they need. But that doesn't mean the lieutenant takes care of what they need. Like if they need a report filed, or if they need, some other, domestic violence restraining order or something like that, he's gonna be calling a patrol officer in off the road to handle those things, so that he can stay in there and be available for whoever else walks in. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
That's why, that's another benefit of having that one additional officer per squad.
Yeah, okay.
And our call volume, it goes up significantly, as the town grows, obviously.
Right, okay. All right, any additional comments from the board? All right, Chief, thank you very much. Wait a minute.
Chief, are you all able to, do you know, or are you all able to kind of measure the number of people that probably come here in the evenings and there's nobody here?
I don't know if they keep those stats. So I could guesstimate at best if I talk to the supervisors on the road.
Okay.
But I know, I know it's frequent enough. I just couldn't, I couldn't say it's like 8 people a shift or so. But.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I would say the best is at last, but that would be Lamarco, so Beth, you're ahead.
You said it right.
You second best?
He said.
I'll take second best.
Okay.
Here you go.
I don't wish.
No, you don't.
Bruce said no, I don't need it.
Can we hear me? Okay, so Stormwater has no additional requests, other than what we talked about, the priority center. Just asking to up the budgeted amount for contract cleaning, the need for a new piece of equipment. And I don't know that I even, mentioned that when we were doing this before, but we would be selling the current excavator that we have and then putting, whatever we get towards the new one. So total cost would be $150,000, but obviously we'd subtract whatever we got for, the one that we currently have, which is in pretty good shape. It has minimal hours on it. And I can't remember, how old is that piece of equipment? Yeah, 6 or 8 years, but it has, we've been doing regular maintenance on it. It goes in and they do PMs on it, so it's in good working condition. And then, as always, we'll support any projects that come up that are stormwater related for other departments. I'll go ahead and steal a little bit of Lamarco's thunder since he's the #1 guy. We have a current issue with a portion of the walking trail that needs to be repaired. not something that needs to wait. It's over. We're having some runoff issues from the cemetery area. It just kind of popped up, and we're gonna try to do that in this fiscal cycle. We'll be having those conversations between Lamarco, Drew, Chancellor, and myself on how to move forward with that, and hopefully cover it out of this year's budget so we don't have to roll anything into next year's. But are there any questions of me?
The current excavator, did you get that from Don?
Did I get the
Yeah,
excavator?
did you get it, did you, is that one you got from Don?
No, I got
No.
it from her.
Yeah,
he got it
yeah.
from her.
Yeah, he got the excavator from me, but they do a little bit of stuff with it. It's mainly used solely for stormwater purposes. Obviously, if we have something here on site that sometimes Parks and Rec will have a project that they're doing in-house that they can use the Mini X or the skid steer for, makes their jobs a little bit easier and less labor intensive. So, when stormwater buys something, it's definitely a shared piece of equipment.
The stormwater funds are restricted for stormwater only, so if we can tie a piece of equipment that the town can use to the stormwater fund, we'll purchase it through those funds.
Are you gonna be working on any projects next year with Public Works as a partnership project?
So right now, we have Woodland Hills going on, Ascent Drive area. We're working through, full depth street repair, and, it came to us as a streets project and turned into a joint project. They typically do. Most of our stormwater projects are joint projects with Public Works. I don't think we've had one in the 13 years I've been here that it wasn't a joint effort. So I have to use Don for his big brain.
Big brain. All right, any questions for Beth? Before we move on to the number one guy. All right, Lamarco, close us out.
All right, it's gonna be real quick. As you all know, we constantly have, we have 30% growth in all programs across the board, and with that comes an increased need for staff hours, mainly part-time people that operate the buildings when us full-time employees go home for evening. And so there will need to be an increase in part-time salary line item. Also, I haven't burdened you all with this, but there's a growing need and a want to open those Saturdays. Aside from the rentals we have, and then athletics, a lot of times we have athletic events on the weekends. We'll have rentals, but in between time, there's a growing call to have open gym. And so with that, I'm asking that we increase our part-time salary line item by at least $16,000. And that will allow us to operate more. We're doing more with more programs and rentals on the weekends. And then also, we want to keep up with the market. We finally got part-time salaries or hourly rate up with Fayetteville, Cumberland County. And like everybody else, we want to retain our part-time people. So if we get a 2% raise, we like to give our part-timers come July a 2% raise too, which amounts to about 30 cents. And then, that'll be an ongoing thing each year that they stay with us. And so we finally at a point where we're able to retain part-time employees. So that's one of the things I would like to add to operations. Also, we have one more truck that we need to put on Gov Deals and get a new one. We were fortunate enough through revenues to actually purchase a truck mid-year with the amount of revenues that we've got, and that got rid of the van. So now we have a truck that's on its last leg. We need to go ahead and do the same thing. We're spending more on it than it's worth. I would like to get a vehicle for our full-time staff to go to meetings and things of that nature. Right now, just about everyone, including myself, we're using our own vehicles to go to site visits and to go to pick up, supplies, et cetera. And I've mentioned it to Drew, but that's a budgetary item that they actually pay an hourly rate for people to use their own vehicles. I would like to have a small vehicle for staff to use to do things like that. So I'm looking at $50,000 for a used truck, similar to what we got the last time, and then maybe $24,000 for a used mid-size sedan or vehicle for staff to use to go run errands and pick up shirts and things of that nature for athletics. Another item we like to do right now, for open gym, for the weight room, and for drop-in or free play, when a person comes in and they get their punch card punched, if you will, a part-timer has to leave out of the reception area and open the door, because we keep the doors secured for obvious reasons. We got a quote from a company that it takes $12,000 to get those doors wired to, so you can buzz them. You can buzz people in from the front desk. So that's a security feature we like to add. So that's $12,000 there. Last but not least, cameras is a good thing. I've talked to Chief Dollinger, and we're beginning to put cameras in our parks. Cameras have allowed us to catch vandals and also go and see real time when incidents happen to get the whole story, looking at cameras. So we'd like to expand our camera access to additional parks, and then also the recreation center is not fully covered. So we'd like to get cameras inside the gymnasium and some other areas in the building so that we have eyes in places where we can, if there's an incident, we can go back and look at the footage and see what happened. And so that's an additional $6,000. Because of the cost of materials have gone up and continue to go up, we're looking to increase our departmental supplies for each area. That's programs, that's athletics and administration, between 3 and 5% increase in our line items because of the cost of materials and everything is going up. So those are the asks from the Parks and Recreation Department.
Okay, 30% growth in all programs.
Yep.
No question about that. None. That's why we pushed forward Parks and Rec recommendations that Representative Jackson found to help us. So increased salary line item. Now I got part-time, 16,000 for more weekend.
So that'll bring that total up to I want to say around $41,000 this upcoming budget season for part-time side. So that's increasing the because of programs, but then it also factors in raises for the next fiscal year also.
Well, we haven't discussed COLA for next year, but that'll be coming up when we get probably in.
You'll get your budget in May.
Yeah, when we get it in May, that's when we'll look at what COLA's going to be. One truck, one vehicle, both used.
Yep, we can. We did
Found a good one last time.
We talked about Enterprise, but we got us a good deal on that truck that they badly needed this last time around, and so we definitely want to go back and see what they have in the fleet and save the town some money if we can and go use, because we don't need something with a whole bunch of mileage on it. I mean, with a little mileage on it, we just need something to get people around town to run the errands they need without having to put the wear and tear on their own vehicle. Because here again, they don't get mileage for using their own vehicle, which they probably should, but we don't ask for it.
Right. 12,000 secure doors, and then your cameras in parks.
$6,000.
All right. Make sure I got. Here's a bonus question. In fact, I will ask this to all the departments. Is there any way that we can fund some of the requests that you're asking for next year out of this year's budget? I am going to ask that question because we know that next year's budget is gonna be tight at best. We know that. And this may be a year that if we can possibly fund whatever we can, Drew, out of this year. And I know traditionally that
let me give you an update for this year.
yeah, that's
And
kind
he's
of where I'm
gonna hear
going.
this from me next week. Ricky's already heard this from me. I'm doing my estimates for the current year now.
Right.
Next week, I will update them one more time. I do it every week that we have a payroll with check run. I update the numbers. But right now, just to let you know, we're over by the 400 and something thousand that's unfunded for the police department. So that we're over. We're also gonna be using fund balance on the items that we budgeted with fund balance, like the server for the police station and several other capital equipment. So it's gonna be a given this year that we're not going to be revenues over expenditures. I don't think there's a way to do it.
Okay.
So when we're looking for extra money, just like, when Chancellor came to me for the video, there was one department that had extra funding from a vacant position.
Yep.
The only place that money can come from.
Salary lag.
He wants the 40-something thousand for the boardroom. I'll look. It's just not there this year. This year, we don't have the same funds like we did last year. Last year, we had extra money in sales tax, extra money in interest income. You know how high interest rates were last year? Well, I budget conservative, so we had a lot of money. Well, rates have come down. We're getting less than half of what we got last year in interest income. The sales tax, I can't budget what we used to because a good portion of it now has to go to the county. And it is kind of, since the pandemic, it's gone up, up, up. Well, it's kind of plateaued. Usually we have extra there. It's not this year. It's kind of leveled out. So each department, I've looked at their estimates that they've given me back from what what they're estimating their budget to spend this year. Almost everyone, dead on, dead on. Leanne, we went through hers. She's got like, this is just estimates. You know, an extra $2,500 is her expenses versus what her budget is. So it's dead on. Most of them are like that. There's two departments that's over fire, police we just talked about. There's just gonna be over, and then, Parks and Rec is over, like he's just saying, in part-time salaries. He needs more part-time salaries. And right now, it's over budget. I'm gonna work on it. But there's just, last year we had a lot of extra money. This year it's not there.
I know this is March 6th, and we're still got a few months left in this fiscal year. But I just wanted to ask that question.
It's a good question. And if I had the money, we could. Like last year, I don't know if you remember, most things that came up, let's do it. If it's project related, we use the ARPA fund. If it's operations related, we use extra funds that had some sales tax and interest income. If you look at half the budget amendments from last year, we increased interest income because it got up to 9%.
Yeah.
I was killing it for interest. Well, now we're making just over 4%. So we're getting less than half of what we had last year.
And one of the main reasons I asked that question is that as we're considering all of the department's requests throughout this day, looking at next year, looking at what maybe we could fund this year, if there's any possibility. It's just that reality check question of where we are here in March. Okay. I think we're to the end of the road. It's almost 3:45. Is there any alibis from any of the departments? Answer?
That concludes the budget retreat. I will say, just as the sobering side of it, is that as we move forward to the conclusion of this budget season, the conversation we just wrapped up is will be us coming to you for a certain amount of operations. Everyone has to understand that this will include the operations for all of the departments. You and I have to figure out a way to address as many needs as we can of these departments without taking you guys something that you can't actually realistically approve. We do know this is the tax season, election season, and so we're gonna try to limit that as much as we can. We do have to cover the 1.8, 1.9, we do have to do that. But we're gonna try to fit the needs of these departments in their operations within a certain amount that we feel that you guys can digest and actually realistically approve.
It's been an interesting day. I want to thank the staff for all the input that you guys have provided and all the work that you provided to put into the request for our budget retreat. The hard part begins now, looking at funding of how we're going to fund, what we're going to fund, what can we fund, and what we cannot fund. And I wish we could fund everything that you guys requested today. We're just not realistically going to be able to do that. But that's where the magic comes from. Is trying to find ways of funding, just like grants or requests through the General Assembly or through Congress. Even though it looks like a lot of belt tightening, we still make those requests.
So, that's House Bill 327.
She sent me 320.
I just pulled it up. I looked at 326 as something with environmental, but 327 is the official Hope Mills House Bill. Yes. It is called the Funds for Hope Mills Capital Projects. And it is $13,134,000.
It does actually have
It says 326.
I got a copy of it right here.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Because I looked for 326. Yeah.
Maybe that way.
They threw another one in right before hers.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what they did. Okay, any further comments from the board? That's it? Motion to adjourn? We're adjourned. Thank you very much for hanging out with us all day.